Hey, what's up, babe? What's up? What's up, royalty? How's everybody doing today? Actually, let me go get something real quick as people start to join in. Hey, McMahon, what's up? What's up, Ryan? Put respect on my man Kuma. We will always put respect on Kuma's name in this channel, in this community, honestly. How's it going, everyone? How's everybody doing today? The wank is on. Kuma's a saint. That's what I'd be saying. New agenda? Yeah, not really. Actually, maybe. Depends. How's it going, everyone? Okay, so yeah, and have you seen the animation in One Piece Ambition for Luffy versus Lucci? Looks great. We can check that out. We're gonna take a couple minutes just to let people join up. If you guys want me to react to anything for a bit, we can do that. We're not gonna take too long. I think we're gonna give up to 5:30. So just to give you guys an idea as to what we're doing today. Why was I wrong about Jinbers? Okay, thumbnail should have been Daffy Duck wanking me. It should have been. You see, I actually haven't. I haven't seen anything. Finishing lunch then on PC. Nice. So, One Piece Ambition. We're gonna take some time, just chill for a bit, and then I'm going to invite in on a Discord chat some of my mods, and we're gonna have a conversation. Simply about different verses. So the point of today's stream is more so going to be about wank scaling, as some would say, or as some would call it. Essentially, it's the idea that, hey, Halo Jeff, thank you so much for the 7 months, man. Luffy is boundless with Toot Force and Best MC. Well, I'll say it here that I got to Night Rain and 4 free, too. Oh, you got it? Hey, that's awesome. That we could definitely run some games. So, just to give you guys an idea, what a Wankathon is essentially a quick stream where I'm going to sit down with some folks and they're going to share with you guys and with me some brand new, or maybe it might even be old, but some wanked scaling for whatever series or verse that they want to talk about. It could be for any series whatsoever, specifically scaling that would normally be looked at. Can't wait for the double Eon Wank special. True. This is essentially here just to show you guys that you can essentially scale verses to different tiers of power depending on how effective or how well you can construct an argument. I want to bring in 3 of my mods so that they can essentially provide for you, for all of you. They will essentially provide for all of you different lines of scaling. You're having a double wank special today? That's true. That's true. But we'll essentially bring them in. And you guys, the viewers, will get to vote on who you think made the most comprehensive argument. Now, I want to make it clear, and I'll go over this later on when we're about to start, but it's not about who you think, or about which line of scaling you think is the most consistent, or which line of scaling you prefer or like or disagree with. More so how comprehensive of an argument they can make, right? Like, there's a bunch of different scalings that you can get for any verse, right? A couple of streams ago, one of my mod 6 brought up to me the universal Black Clover meta and the infinite speed Black Clover meta. So I read it over stream, and it was quite comprehensive, all things considered. So I wanted to essentially take that idea, that concept, and allow people who are essentially more aware of other verses that we don't really discuss on the channel to bring it up for you guys. And this way, not only can we show you guys how to essentially form what I would like to call a comprehensive line of scaling, but it also allows us to essentially, just increase the number of people that are aware about different lines of scaling. I think it's really interesting. I think just the idea in general that, like, you can scale a verse to, like, different tiers of power based on how you choose to interpret certain information. As I've always said, power scaling is all about interpretation. Therefore, if you can make a comprehensive argument towards your line of scaling, whether or not it follows the author's intent or narrative implication, as long as there is enough evidence, and as long as it can be interpreted in such a way where it doesn't seem too fallacious in comparison to what would be considered the norm or the community agreed upon lines of scaling, I think it'll be fine. Let's see. Whenever you have time, you should pull up Toye clip with Kuma attack. I definitely want to check that out. I haven't seen the episode yet, though. How complicated do you think it is to scale characters from books that have no visual representation? I think that you have to essentially really keen in on how the author tends to portray their... in other words, how the author tends to write their fights or their stories, right? I feel like certain authors have different ways of using language to sort of express different tiers of strength or power, or in some cases just the way that they are able to describe certain things, right? I think that I'm L'ing my Eon stream. What the fuck? I'm L'ing my Eon to the stream. What the fuck does that even mean? If you're doing a versus battle, apply the rules equally. We're not going to do a versus battle. This is not meant to be like a versus battle, and this is not meant to be a debate. This is more so meant to be just a way for you guys to see, or a way for us to, like, show you guys how you can develop an argument and how you can use evidence. Eoning is so good. Is eoning? It is so good. What the fuck are you guys talking about? Who can wink harder? What the fuck? All right, let's check this out real quick. Let me lower the volume real quick. Holy shit. Let me check this out real quick. Ah, yes, right. Scott's question, by the way. Let me finish answering that. I think it depends really on just, like, the way that the author is able to describe the scenes. When it comes to writing, or at least whether it's a novel or any kind of storybook or text that is entirely, well, text-based, I think that you essentially... not everything necessarily has to be a statement, because depending on the way that the author writes a line or a feat, etc., it can be considered as such, right? Like, he took his blades as swift as the wind and cut down all of his enemies, right? You can essentially use text like that to still develop feats. Trying to figure out the differences between, like, a feat and a statement might be a bit more difficult, but it is possible. Though I will say I'm not that well versed in scaling text only novels, so it's not something that I would be the best person for you to ask. Let's see. Montor can store infinite size dimensions with his Devil Fruit, and Devil Fruit scale to the user, making him multiversal, and Katakuri is stronger than him, making Dressrosa characters multiversal. Something like this, except you would need a bit more evidence than this. It would have to be a bit more comprehensive than this. Especially when brought up to the Naruto light novel people used for scaling, it was really vague. Yeah, the Naruto stuff was kind of vague, especially when we read that video. I was about to go to sleep, but since I somehow caught a live stream live for a change, I wanted people to know, King, I've got one more in me. Bikori has better durability than feats than Madara. That's crazy. Who is the strongest Naruto character you think can take out by One Piece cannons? What is the strongest character in Naruto that I think can be taken out by One Piece cannons? So, like, battleship cannons, right? You mean? What is the strongest character I think could be taken down? It kind of depends. Battleship cannon fire isn't per se as powerful as many people would say. I mean, they're giant cannons that essentially blasting these giant explosive balls at you, right? I think that any character that can essentially withstand at least a powerful enough explosion in Naruto should be able to withstand them. But it's also like the fact that these are also very large cannon fire that's hitting you all at once, right? I think it's a little different than just like a paper bomb sticking onto you, especially since you can't really quantify. Especially since it's not really possible to really quantify, at least within the context of the verse, is how powerful each of these explosions are. I guess you can maybe say, like, if a cannonball from One Piece has a much larger explosion or much larger blast radius, it could be more powerful than a Naruto, let's say, paper bomb explosion, but it might depend. I think a character like Nagato, for example, was actually able to withstand multiple explosive tags, though his legs were permanently damaged after that. I don't think he ever really walks again on his own after that situation. So you can maybe argue that anybody who is less durable than an early Nagato. I was trying to say apply the same rules whenever you power scale. Okay. No, yeah, we'll definitely do that. I watched your Naruto Uzumaki video. Interesting, but unfortunately, I'm afraid only the explosion EMS Sasuke and Naruto caused could probably give Kaido some bruises, cuts, and third-degree burns. I don't know about third-degree burns, because he can tank his own blast breath. More Black Clover wank type shit. Nah, for real, Bikori tanked the Ursa's shock. That's what I'm saying. The real answer is Madara. That mofo has no durability feats and died from a regular sword not infused with chakra. To be fair, though, when that did happen, Madara, it's not so much that it was like an off-guard moment. At least I wouldn't go by that argument. But I would say that at least for Madara, if he was out of chakra, there's a very good argument that he also couldn't improve his own durability. You know what I mean? Because Naruto characters, to an extent, do have decent durability. It's more so just that they are very reliant on being able to like also enhance themselves with chakra enough to where they're able to tank these attacks. Unfortunately, Madara, what do you think about Douglas Bull? He blitzes every single one of them and curb stomps them. I don't think there's anyone there but Obito would survive like the first volley wave of him attacking. You have to consider that like what member in the Akatsuki can survive a continental blow straight to the fucking chest, right? Like I don't think a version 2 Killer Bee hitting Kisame in the chest with a lariat is hitting him with continental forces, continental amounts of AP, and Kisame had his entire front, the entire front side of his midsection completely blown out. Like, we were looking at ribs. We were looking at his actual ribs at that point. Toby almost got clapped by regular bombs. It's not looking good for them, bro. I guess. There were a lot of bombs, though, to be fair. Feel a standard paper bomb can be a small building, while Navy cans are large building power skill-wise. I mean, they can at least damage them, but, like, even these blasts right here, as you can see, they're not taking down these buildings all that easily. Holy shit, this animation's kind of crazy. Why is it that we can never just get good animation like this in a fucking console game for One Piece, man? Like, first of all, motherfuckers can't tell me these motherfuckers ain't Lightspeed, but that's not it. Like, I just want a One Piece game. I want a One Piece game with awesome animation like this that's fluid, cel-shaded, that doesn't look like actual fucking ass. Like, okay, let me just be honest for a second, and I know it was a cutscene. But, One Piece Pirate Warriors, for Luffy. I'm just gonna show you guys something. I just want to show you guys like a quick model. Like, I get it. It's for a phone game or whatever, but like, that unironically looks, and again, it's for a scene, right? But like, that unironically looks better than this, bruh. Like, these are just not good models, at least at this day and age, for One Piece characters, and I'd really just love it if I could get a One Piece game where, like, the models don't look like absolute fucking trash. Yeah, it's a mobile game, which is insane to me. Can we get a One Piece game, specifically a fighting game, and I say a fighting game only because it gives the most room for, like, ample, cool animations without having to without having to, like, you know, blow out a budget worth whatever, Final Fantasy 16 or whatever. Like, I don't know, man. It's kind of insane to me that, like, it's 2025 and we've yet to get a One Piece game with, like, decent fucking graphics, dude. That is on console. I think Plants Pirate Warriors 3 has better models than Pirate Warriors 4. Really? You do? That's crazy. There's no good One Piece game as of yet. I agree with that. I think it's called Grand Tour. The best One Piece game is the one for the Wii. I've never played it, but I know the one you're talking about. Who's the strongest One Piece character you think can survive a direct hit from the strongest nuke in history? Probably Kaido. Probably Kaido. Although the radiation might kill... I don't know. I can't tell you whether or not the radiation might kill him, but I do think he could probably tank the nuke. Naruto's durability feels like Hunter x Hunter Nen defense. That's fair. Naruto characters have jutsu that can amp their durability. I don't think they just have a lot of chakra amps durability without a jutsu. That's a fair way of looking at it, but at the same time, you also have to consider that, like, certain characters are able to, like, be bashed through walls. They're able to... A character like Madara, for example, is able to be slammed by all nine-tailed beasts, while he does have Sage Mode, which only increases durability, like, tenfold. And the most he lost was an arm and a couple of, like, open holes in his body where he was bleeding. It's not as insane as you'd think it is. The Naruto Chinese mobile game cinematics also look fire, even though they're from what I've heard the game sucks. That's unfortunate. Like, my thing, I hate mobile gaming. I'm not gonna lie to you guys, I really do not like mobile gaming. I think, and not to say that, like, mobile gaming shouldn't exist, it's more so just that, like, it's not comfortable, at least to me, to play, and most of the time, it just really sucks to see a game... And most of the time, it really just sucks to see, like, a game that could have, like, a lot of potential just not do shit because... Just because, like... Not do shit. Let me rephrase that. A game that could have, like, a lot of potential, and it's like, oh, it's a phone game. It just to find that it's a fucking phone game. You know what I mean? I don't know. It's like a feels bad moment for me when I see something like this, and I'm like, damn. If I play it, the gameplay would probably be mid as fuck, but the animations are crazy. How would you scale Ethereum canon and Fairy Tail? I have no idea. I know of the Ethereum canon. I haven't seen that shit in years, man. I just want an open world One Piece game that isn't dog water. Is that so hard to ask? I get where you're coming from, Memento Mori, but the issue with that, I feel like, is just that, again, we need to get, if we're gonna get, like, a massive open world One Piece game, a la something like Elden Ring, or something like Tears of the Kingdom, or whatever, or even like GTA 6, like, you gotta consider that, like, the world is gonna be pretty damn fucking massive, and I also feel like, at that point, it'd just be better off if you have, like, it's open world, but, like, in different maps. Kind of like how Pokemon did the whole, kind of like how Pokemon or, like, Monster Hunter did the whole, segmented maps portions. Phone games are often terrible. What do you mean, is the Magma Logia user? What do you mean by that? Kaido is too tank for sure. Dude got dunked in lava after getting beat and wasn't melting. That is true. I don't know why people like battle arena fighters where you can barely move. Those games are ridiculously boring. I'm not a fan of, like, 3D battle arena fighters because they're not very... The issue with them is more so that, like, they're just there for, like, a casual time. And it's not to say that, like, casual games are bad. Casual games can often be great. The issue is just that, like, when it comes to a game that is going to be a fighting game, if you're going to make a fighting game and you want it to have a healthy, consistent community that's also going to receive a ton of support to the game, potential DLC, and so on and so forth, you kind of want it to be a 2D style fighter. You regardless of whether or not it's like a Street Fighter style, Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom style, or Fighter Z style, if you're into that, or Guilty Gear, etc. I think the issue is that, like, those kind of games will always have a longer lifespan than something like, and especially competitively speaking, than something like Demon Slayer. I can't really say the Storm games because they have a ton of sequels, but my issue with the Storm games is more so the fact that, like, they kind of don't really get new games after 4. And I get it, Connections is a new game, and they did get, like, its own little portions for Boruto, but it's really just Storm 4 with extra content. Shanks got power cliffed so much higher in the recent chapter. Power scaling with him is going to be interesting. Really, I haven't checked it out yet. Buggy was already destroying towns in the first 10 chapters. What is more impressive to you, destroying a universe or cutting through space? It depends on it, because if your ability is to simply like tear space wide open, you could maybe argue that it's more of a hacks. But I would say destroying an entire universe would be more impressive, simply because at that point you're destroying an infinite time space rather than just simply tearing a hole through space. Though tearing a hole through space would definitely seem a little bit more insane, in my opinion, at least off of like a first glance. Luffy saying you have a yee ass haircut is insane. Type shit. Also, these buildings are fucking huge, and Luffy's fist is just... Yo, Luffy's fist is insane. I found the game. It's One Piece Unlimited Adventure. There's a good video on it. I tried telling you guys Shanks is the original Gojo. Arena fighters are easy to mess up. The Storm game is the peak of those. The Storm games are really the only, like, good ones, in my opinion. Like, not the only good ones, but the only ones that are, like, worth playing. Because everything else kind of is just like a... I'm gonna try it one time, and then I'm kind of done with it. What's the strongest attack you think anyone can survive from the strongest anime character you know? What's the strongest attack anyone can survive from the strongest anime character I know? I guess you could maybe argue... Listen, I don't know about the strongest anime character I know. I feel like strongest is a bit of a subjective term, because there's a lot of ways you can define strongest, be it through hacks, or be it through raw stats, etc. Like, I could give you a boring example. I can actually just give you, like, a really boring example right now. But, I'll show you. DBZ... I would say probably, like, any one of us might be able to survive, any one of us might be able to survive some, like, one of these little strikes.
It seems...
Let me, right here. Yeah, like one of these strikes, I would say. Like a quick jab to the chest. I think it would knock the fucking air out of us. I think it would probably send us flying, but... Real talk, it probably would be like one of like the weakest attacks that we could, like, at least strongest attacks that we can take. I really like, human beings are not all that durable when you really think about it. So on the whole, Kaido versus a nuke, if someone was in the middle of it, which is the hottest point, said to be 5 times hotter than Sun's cores, yeah, he'll die. Oh, if that's the case, then yeah, probably he'll die. What's the most evil thing you've seen a One Piece characters do? We could just talk about Celestial Dragons. We can just talk about whatever the Celestial Dragons do, and that's a pretty easy answer. There are a lot of in-universe weaponry in the Fairy Tail universe, which could be interesting to scale characters. There was a magic bomb weapon Celia thought would kill the Fairy Tail members. That's really interesting. Fairy Tail is definitely a series that I think might have some insane scaling, at least from what I recall. The only thing that like, kind of stops me from going back into it, especially when I was looking through... Especially when I like had some scenes pop up to me on YouTube, and then a friend of mine, and I were talking about it. Is that like, it's kind of the same thing with like, it's kind of like the same issue for me and like Fire Force, where it's just like, at some point, I just don't want to deal with the horniness. At some point, I just don't want to deal with all like the bait. It's just too much. A friend of mine and I are actually rereading through Konosuba, and like that shit also has fan service, but like the fan service is integrated to it in such a way that it's comedic, but it doesn't feel entirely forced. And either way, it's an ecchi series, so like, why? I can't be too upset at it. But when I'm taking a series like Fire Force that I'm trying to take at least somewhat seriously, it kind of is hard for me at least to like look past all that extra stuff, especially when a lot of the etchiness feels forced. Rivals of the Ether is better than any anime fighter. It's Smash with mods. If I want Noelle from Deltarune to fight Sukuna, I can. That's pretty funny. Is Don Chinjiao's feat splitting a continent actually a continental feat? Because it's not like he obliterated. He just split it in half from what I've seen people saying recently. I mean, if you can split a continent in half, or you can split it like straight through, I would say that's a continental feat. At least destructive capacity wise. Because you have to think about it like this. AP and DC may not equal each other, but you need to have at the very bare minimum, the attack potency. You need to have, at the very bare minimum, the proper attack potency to perform a destructive capacity feat. For example, if you're going to blow up a mountain, you need to have the bare minimum force to blow up a mountain. It could be more powerful. The force itself could be greater than what it takes to blow up a mountain, but you need the bare minimum force for it. Let's see. I think we should start soon. I'm just going to catch up on your guys' comments, and then we'll get going. The most evil thing was what Dofi did in Dressrosa. A lot of shit that Dofi did was pretty fucked up, especially turning people into fucking toys. That shit is actually insane. It is because Oda stated it, and if Oda stated it's continental. He doesn't just do that for any character. Crazy how Gear 3 would have one-shot Lucci if it weren't for stamina issues plus Lucci's Tekai. I don't even think, like, you know what the thing is? Lucci's Tekai, especially when you consider the fact that, like, he did receive some extra the damage, at least to his legs, was enough that, like, it made him falter so that Luffy could get back up when he shrunk down. The thing about it, though, is that, like, Lucci, or at least not Lucci, Luffy's limitation with Gear 3, especially early into the time skip, where he can only use about 3 to maybe 5 attacks max, is one of the biggest drawbacks with third gear. I really do find it funny, though, that, like, Lucci just didn't try to dodge the attack, considering that it would have been slower than, I think, a normal jab from Luffy. Oda didn't even do that for Doflamingo, so Don Chinjao's 100% continental. Alien X surviving the annihilation of the multiverse is a crazy feat. I agree. Yuha Baja versus Wonder Review. If the calamity exists, if the concept of the calamity, that's kind of weird. The concept of calamity essentially means that, like, any single action, when the calamity comes after you, any single action that essentially is induced by the calamity that hits you will always be a fatal blow. I don't know how exactly that would interact with Yuhabaha's Almighty that allows him to essentially rewrite the future. I'd only destroy if you only destroy every physical thing in the universe and not space-time itself or anything like that. Do you think it's still universal? I mean, you wiped out everything inside the universe in terms of, like, all physical things, so, like, matter, etc. Like, if I am able to destroy anything that isn't per se... If I was able to destroy everything that wasn't per se, like, the very vacuum of space itself, I think that would be a universal feat, at least from a range perspective, since I'm able to send out a shockwave of, let's just say it's a shockwave of energy that is so fast and so powerful, it is able to essentially, like, pulverize all matter across, well, what we know as existence. Bonnie picking a timeline that with Yuhabaha's abilities and one-tapping him while Imu does Domi Reverse Side and all the Stern Ridders, that would be crazy. Alien X survived the universe getting destroyed, not the multiverse. They're holding back heavily. We are not surviving even a single jab from Krillin. I know they're holding back, but I think that, like, a single jab is possible to survive, all things considered. Kaido's passive defense is insane. It is. Eon, it's time. It is time. All right. I will see you guys in the... I'll be waiting in the... you know what? Let's do the streaming... No, let's do debate one. We'll do the debate one chat. I'll be waiting here for you guys. I'll keep reading through the comments, and then we'll get started, all right? So whenever you guys are ready, you guys can join up. Yeah, Konosuba is fucking hilarious. It's peak. We're on season 2 right now. How do you think Kaido would perform against the Espada in Bleach? Do you think Ulquiorra, Schiffer, and Coyote Star could take Kaido head-on in full power? I'm not that aware of, like, Bleach scaling. But a lot of the stuff that I've seen, especially when it comes to, like, Bleach scaling, and even when it came to, like, videos, I think, from Clyde, right? Was it Clyde? Was that, like, you can essentially calc, and they used pixel measurements and, I think forces of TNT for this, or joules of force for this, but, when it came to, like, Ulquiorra Schiffer, at least, it seemed like, at least to my understanding, it seemed like his Lanza del Relampago, had a destructive capacity to at least wipe out a country, and Coyote Stark is a bit weird because he fought 2 captains that neither of which used their Bankai. I know that, like, what's his face? Shunsui, at least was implied that he might have had to use his Bankai, or he was going to use it. He just couldn't do it because of the extended range. But, like, neither of them really seemed to really try against Stark. And I don't mean, like, try as in, like, they no-diffed him. More so, the fights were kind of boring for the most part. Like, the Bleach scaling is extremely inconsistent to me at times, mostly because, from my understanding from the things that I've been, that have been explained to me throughout, a lot of the things that have been explained to me throughout, like, conversations with, channel members, or even you guys just here on chat, Their speed is kind of inconsistent unless you go with the whole Seros being a spiritual light means that they are light speed, right? Then there's the whole like Gin Ichimaru's Bankai, which Aizen didn't dodge. Granted, I don't think he had like the precognition to dodge it at the time. He was more like an off-guard feat. It said that he could shoot it around like what, a Mach 500 or something like that, and that like Ichigo was like god speed with like lightning fast speeds by the time he unlocked his Bankai. So it's kind of weird to like really express how fast the characters are. I'm not entirely aware of like the scaling as of now, but if I were to go off of like, let's say, okay, Ulquiorra and Coyote Stark at least have the capacity to hit anywhere beyond continental forces of AP, and they are at the very least, I don't know, like I can't get them to like, okay, I'm gonna just say it, I don't know if I can get, since I don't know the scaling, I don't know if I can get them to like a couple of 100,000 times the speed of light if I were to calculate that, because I can get Kaido to a couple 100,000 times the speed of light if I just lowball Luffy. I can really just do that for Kaido. I don't know the scaling well enough to do that for Coyote Stark. But okay, so guys, we're gonna go for everybody else. You guys can do it in debate scans. For Yule, Six, and Lapis, you guys can just post whatever you need to post in the debate scans. You can upload them one at a time. I will set them up. I will look at it as we go along. Okay. So you guys can just take your time with that, or you guys can like upload it now, or you guys can take your time and do it as we go along. Plus, Lucci was blocking. Yeah, no, Lucci was also blocking. Let me actually just stop the video real quick, because I do think that it's probably slowing down my bandwidth. As a matter of fact, let me just do this right now while we're setting up. I'm going to remove the LAN cable from my PS5 so that I can connect it to my PC. That way we actually have a smoother stream experience. If you guys could just allow me for a couple of seconds so I can set that up. There's a hole. Okay. We should be connecting now. Let me see. Okay. We're collected on a LAN cable now, so it should be a lot easier to also watch anything you guys would like me to watch. Oh, what's up, man?
What's up? Give me like 2 seconds and then I'll be ready.
Yeah, take your time. All right. I'll finish out the comments while you're doing that. The continent is tougher than Pacifista Steel. Steel that could take island level blows without a scratch. It's definitely continental. Wonder Review is extremely overrated. I do think that to an extent people like really overestimate the JoJo characters' abilities due to the way that their hexes work. I do think that they have extremely crazy hacks. I just don't think that like in terms of raw stats, JoJo stands are all that insane. What if the continent is tougher than iron?
I'm ready whenever you are, Jan.
All right, let me finish up. We're almost done with I'm almost done catching up with the comments.
Okay.
A question I have is, how do you people calc AP without using durability? You can potentially calc AP. It's an easy way is usually to do it through through canon statements. Another way to do it is through at least using destructive capacity. If there's an impressive feat in terms of like destructive capacity, you can essentially use that, since the bare minimum AP you would need to destroy something of a large scale would be said destructive capacity. Would be equivalent to its destructive capacity. Also, I saw a manga panel stating that Sea Prism Stone is tough or tougher than Diamond. If you could give me the manga chapter for that, I would appreciate that. It probably would have been too big to dodge. Have you seen the insane feat in Night Rain? It was genuinely disbelief when I first saw it. I know what you're talking about, Aster. I think I know what you're talking about with the final Night Lord. That shit is insane. It definitely makes me want to get into Elden Ring scaling when I get back. Do you think end of series Sanji will be Pirate King level? Zoro is passing Ryuma, so I don't know if there will be Pirate King level. I think that's only something that like Luffy will reach. The definition of universal from Versatile is destroying every single celestial body. So if it's destroying every single celestial body, then it would count if it's a physical object. Yeah,
that's like low uni. That's
like,
so
okay. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I would like to bring out like the terms for like all the different like levels of uni, because there are 3 levels to it. So there's low uni, which is destroying basically a whole entire like sphere of influence in one attack that is the size of our observable universe, which is roughly 90 billion light years. Then there is high uni, which is being able to destroy an infinite size space. Okay. And then but that's just the space itself. And then there is Uni Plus, which is destroying not only the space but the whole entire space time. So it's a little bit harder to understand. So, but I don't think anything we're going to be going over goes into like specifically Uni Plus territory.
Okay.
It's going to be like, well, at least for mine, it's going to be explicitly higher. It's going to be a little bit easier to understand. But
Okay.
yeah, I'm going to remain in the VC just because what we're going to do six's wank first, and then we're going to do the joint wank
Okay.
that me and six prepared.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect,
Yeah.
perfect. So just to like reiterate for everybody and that wasn't here earlier, I am going to set up I want you guys to try to listen as intently as possible. I'm going to set up a poll later on to essentially hear from you guys, everyone here, and I want to hear from you guys, and essentially I want you guys to vote on which line of scaling you thought is the most comprehensive. Now, to reiterate again, what would constitute as comprehensive? It's not about what you necessarily. It's not about like whether or not you guys are convinced or whether or not you guys like, let's say, agree with the scaling. More so, how comprehensive or how much evidence were they able to? Essentially, how much evidence were these guys able to? Let me slow down. How much evidence they were essentially able to provide, and then how easy it is to understand and to follow, right? So let me just start typing that in. So it's more so about how well you guys are able to understand the lines of scaling and how in depth it goes, right? If you guys think that Lapis, Six, Yule, or Lapis and Six together, any one of these four lines of scaling that we're gonna go over, if you guys enjoyed any of them more, if you guys if any of them maybe changed your minds, if they maybe gave you a way to like look at it from a different perspective, be sure to vote for that one, okay? So Six, if you want to go first, you're more than welcome to whenever you want.
Okay, so there are 3 different points that I'm gonna go over that will get One Piece to star level. So I'm doing star level One Piece.
Okay, so your claim is going to be that One Piece is star level.
Yes.
Let me start off with yours. I'm going to type it in, okay? Just go as you want. Star level One Piece. Okay.
So first off, Whitebeard was stated to be able to destroy the world, and since we know the One Piece world is bigger than the Earth, and you can easily get it to like 7 times bigger than the sun through factors like Marco is saying there's 20 million islands and the cosmology of the planets,
Okay.
along with it being called Blue Star, I think it was called.
Okay.
So that would be a star level feat.
Okay. Is the
And
is the
you can
link that
also
you
get
set
it.
up? I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Is the link that you set up the Reddit post? Should I open it up and show it to everyone?
yeah, that's count that got One Piece to around 7 times the sun, I think.
7 times the size of the sun. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me just see if I can set this up right. Okay. There we go. Perfect.
All right. So you may say, well, that's hyperbolic. Well, there are also 3 other statements that say he can destroy the world.
Okay.
Give me 2 seconds, and I will bring this up.
Take your time. So I'm gonna read through some of this. Just to give everyone here an idea. If you spend any time reading about One Piece at all on the forums, you'll no doubt be aware of that question everyone loves asking: how big is the One Piece planet? Forever, the accepted method was scaling Alabasta to the planet and getting it pretty big. But there is a better way, which is Marco's 10 to 20 million island statement, which is assumed to be impossible to quantify because we don't know the average size of the One Piece islands, or do we? It says right here, we don't know if Marco is a reliable source, and we say right here, yes, we do. Okay. Yeah, no, they're just bringing up the page. This is what is called PIS, short for plot-induced stupidity. It is a term used to refer to events in a story that contradicts a character's normal capabilities for the purpose of the plot. For example, if a generally competent, intelligent villain does something stupid, like not killing the hero immediately when he has the chance, and that allows the hero to win, that would be an example of PIS. This applies to the ships as well, or anything inside the story. The island can't be that big. I can see XYZ on it. Unfortunately, Oda isn't Goda, and even he makes mistakes. Characters being seen next to islands is common. A prime example of this is Onigashima, even though the island has numerous mountain ranges. Compared to King, the island looks the size of a city block. This obviously makes the best way to find the size, to use stated sizes and maps, okay? And right here we're going to go into some calculations, okay. Let's see, it says Dressrosa is 23 pixels, equals 4,000 kilometers. Okay, so let's just go into some pixel scaling. And then from there we kind of go into the sizes for all the other islands. Okay. Let me see. Were you able to upload anything else? And oh no, you're not right. Not yet.
All right. I'm gonna go over the statements now.
Okay.
So the first statement is from Databook Deep Blue. It says he has the ability of the Gura Gura fruit. The ability, shit, this scan is terrible. Blah blah blah. A force that can destroy the world. This and the second statement is from the viewer cards.
Yeah.
It says, despite having the Guranomi, an ability that could destroy the world, Whitebeard never stole from his enemies. And the third statement is from the Ace novel. It says, Whitebeard had unleashed a small portion of its power, the Tremor Fruit, an ability capable of destroying the world itself. All
Okay.
these sources are canon, so all of these statements would be canon too.
Okay.
All right, now we'll be going to my second point.
Okay.
Ace is stated to be able to create a small star with his flames.
Okay.
It is stated that Ace is be able to create a small star with his flames.
Can you upload them to the Discord, please?
They are in the Discord.
Are they in the debates channel? I can't see them.
Yes, debate skins.
Debate skins. I don't see them. Oh, I see them. I see them.
Yeah.
My apologies. Okay. So, Whitebeard has the power to destroy the world. There is the data book statement. There we go. Understood. And then, despite having the aura, Goro no Mi. Wonderful. And there's the A statement. Unleash power, dogs. Okay. And then, let's see. You were saying the Dai Enkai, the flame commandment, right?
Yeah.
Okay. You may continue. Sorry about that.
Yes, it says Ace generated a gigantic amount of flames to the point he was able to generate a deadly small star of fire.
Okay. So he created a small
you
star.
may say, well, this isn't canon, but it actually is. It is canon information from the novel.
Given that this week's breaks, Tackling the Space Pirate, newly released novel, gave us a ton of new information. Keep in mind, this is all canon. Okay. And this is the
Dayenkai is backed up by the attack that was said to be a small star to have the same coloration as a star and therefore the same temperature.
Where is it stated that it has the same coloration as a star?
It is in the colored manga panel. That is the same coloration.
Oh, okay. I got what
Yeah.
you mean. Okay,
Yes.
okay. Understood.
So my last point is Blackbeard states that his black hole attack has infinite gravity and can suck in anything, even light.
Okay.
So we would have to take this at face value and say that his black hole is a real black hole. Keeping this in mind, his creating a black hole of the size that Blackbeard did would be dwarf star level.
It would be dwarf star level. And this
I
is,
can drop the calc if needed.
if you want to drop it, you can. For those that might actually want the calc, this is interesting, right? Because this is an early iteration of Blackbeard. Actually, this is the first time we ever see him use his Devil Fruit, and he would obviously be much weaker at this point than when he absorbs Whitebeard's Devil Fruit, and when he goes out of his way to also move on towards the post time skip. Let's close some of this up. Okay, so the explanation here says, Blackbeard says that his technique has infinite gravity and that not even light can escape. In the One Piece magazine volume 10, we are given an explanation on how the Yami Yami no Mi is tied to legitimate black holes in the real world. Let's check out the explanation. Okay, so here it is. Oh wait, is that the actual fucking image of the black hole that they first discovered? Holy shit. Okay. Various unique natural phenomena can be found in the in the world of One Piece. These phenomena are not all fantasy, and similar phenomena can be observed in the real world as well. In this section, we will discuss two natural phenomena that occur in the real world. By the way, thank you so much for giving me the link. Celestial bodies. It uses this kind of text which says celestial bodies from which no light can escape. English translation for that is black holes. And it says right here, a black hole is said to be a celestial body whose gravity is so great that not even light can escape. The first human to predict the existence of a black hole was a British scientist named John Mitchell in 1784. In the journal Philosophical Transactions, Mitchell wrote, if there were a star as dense as the sun and 500 times as large, it would not emit light because its escape velocity would exceed that of light, and no information can be obtained by observation of such an object. Okay? The telescope can be used to can take this photograph, has a resolution equivalent to 3 million human visual acuity. This is the equivalent of seeing a golf ball on the surface of the moon from the Earth. To achieve this resolution, the telescope. Okay, so that's more or less going to that information. It says right here, the mass of an M87 black hole is 3 to the 6 billion times that of the sun, but its apparent size is very small. Blackbeard's ability, Dark Hole Path. When Blackbeard fought a duel with Ace in Bonaro Island, he invoked a dark hole path and destroyed the whole town. He won. Marshall D. Teach, aka Blackbeard, the master of the Yami Yami no Mi fruit, uses a technique called Yami Anamichi. This technique generates darkness from himself and swallows up anything he touches with his gravitational pull. The power of this technique is so great that it can swallow an entire town. It also has an infinite gravitational pull that keeps any light from escaping. This part of the technique is similar to that of a celestial black hole. However, while something sucked into the celestial black hole cannot go out again, Blackbeard can unleash all of that he has swallowed in one fell swoop with his liberation. Blackbeard believes that the Yami Yami no Mi is the most powerful fruit, and he has spent more than several decades as a sailor in Whitebeard's of the Whitebeard pirates in order to obtain it. After actually becoming a skilled pirate, he even obtained the ability of the Gura Gura no Mi, which Whitebeard had. Blackbeard has yet to show up the full extent of his abilities. How strong is this mysterious black hole? Let's learn about the natural phenomena that occur in this world. Okay, interesting.
All right, so I have a few more things to say.
Okay.
So there is also Lilith saying that if they had an undying flame, they could create our own sun, which would make star level more consistent.
Okay.
And I also have a Aokiji's Ice Age calc, which gets up to star level.
Okay.
You don't have to watch the whole thing because it's like 6 minutes. Just know it's there.
Fire can be converted into all types of energies. I've searched for a long time. We could create our own sun. Ah, okay. Actually wouldn't that be a thank you, Yul. Wouldn't that be a similar thing to what was it? Not to like Baryon mode's nuclear fusion. What was it called? Yeah, it's like a similar case of like developing a sun. Doesn't that also fall within like the context of also like creating like nuclear fusion? So like generate that
I
kind of
guess it
level of
would.
energy?
To unmute, yes, it has to deal with like nuclear fusion. Immediately brings up like star level conversations.
Ah, okay.
Just because of the heat and just basically the pressure and the heat just being generated. It's in like the order of like 15 to 20 million degrees Celsius.
True. So, someone here, a known test, commented, can't the word world have many definitions and meanings, like society, countries, and continents of inhabitants in the planet, instead of meaning the planet itself? It could, but the fact that they're consistently using the term world every single time when specifically referring to Whitebeard, I would actually argue personally that it's consistently implied to be a planet. It means like the world, the planet itself, especially when we have feats from much weaker characters like Don Chinjiao and Don Sai, which can split continents with just brute force alone. Well, brute force plus hockey, but you get where I'm going with that. Do you have anything else you want to add?
Yes. I believe all these feats would be consistent with each other because the Blackbeard feat is not just that one hyperbolic statement. There's 3 other statements that back it up and that are less hyperbolic and possibly not hyperbolic, depending on what you want to take.
Okay.
And then with Blackbeard and Ace also being both being star level, that would also be consistent.
Okay, so your points were star level One Piece. Your claim was star level One Piece, and your points were Whitebeard's statements, Whitebeard's planetary statements, specifically 3 planetary statements. Ace's statement, Vivre card statement, where His flame commandment is called a star in the Vivre card. And Blackbeard's and BB's ability to infinite gravity plus black hole.
Yep.
Beating Entei. And if you also mentioned Kuzan's calcs. Let's go over that real quick. We're not gonna watch the full video, but let's check this out real quick.
How powerful is Aokiji's Ice Age?
Okay.
I'm back with another one based off of his 2 different showcases of Ice Age. Now to get right into it, and to start off with everything that we know that the island of Long Ring Longland is a decagon, which is a 10-sided shape because Long Ring Longland has 10 equally sized islands that are equally as far apart from each other. The tide goes down on Long Ring Longland once every single village to travel from island to island. As per tradition though, before the village traveled, it would take about 5 years of crossing the islands just to get to them. And Aokiji knew this, which is why we know that Aokiji would have to freeze up to at least the 4th island so that Tanjiro could properly catch up to his village. But to
That is true. He would have had to have frozen enough of the ocean that he would have been able to catch up at least a couple of islands. That is true.
figure out just how far Sherry's measurements by this panel right here. And based off of her measurements, we actually find that Sherry's legs are about as tall as the average thoroughbred. Now we know that a thoroughbred is one of the fastest horses, thoroughbred's galloping stride length as a weight on her. So sizing up the average thoroughbred stride length, we find that Sherry would have a stride length of about 30.8 feet. And if we compare this stride length to the speed of an average athletic thoroughbred, we find that Sherry would be able to run approximately 2 miles in 2 minutes and 2 seconds compared to a thoroughbred's 1 1/4 mile. Now trying to figure out the depth of the ocean, just how big and how heavy the Moby Dick is, then we'll know exactly hull and...
Okay, I see where he's going from. He's essentially trying to compare the size of the Moby Dick and the size of the frozen land from Marineford, in addition to the feet where he froze the ocean in order to get Aokiji's Jewels of Force, or like not the Jewels of Force, but essentially the amount, the freezing temperatures and the energy it would take to just freeze the entire water that quickly, especially in such a fast instant. Okay. We'll throw in Kuzan's calcs, freezing, Marineford, and Long Ring Long. Okay, perfect. Do you have anything else, Six?
No, I did not.
Okay, thank you so much. That was interesting. I like that. Which of you guys wants to go next?
Well, we were actually planning, me and Six were planning on doing the dual wank, just because we're planning on, well, the plan was he would go first, then we would do our little thing, and then I would go after that.
That's fine.
Yeah, let me grab the scans real quick.
Yeah, you guys can start uploading them whenever you like. I'm gonna just start closing some of these. If you guys want to give me, while he's doing that, Lapis, if you want to give me your claim.
Well, actually, Six is the one who has it. It was actually, well, it was low complex multi black clover.
Low complex multi black clover. Okay. This is going to be interesting. Is this attack power or range of his power? Well, it's not so much attack power, more so if you have the ability if you essentially have the ability to manipulate and freeze ice, the amount of energy that it would take to freeze an ocean, in this case, an ocean to the if you have the ability to essentially not only freeze an ocean, but you also have the ability to freeze it over an expanded area so large that it's essentially covering multiple seas worth of distance. You can essentially apply the Jewels of Force into, maybe not attack potency, but at least into the ability to, like, freeze something. Wouldn't One Piece be around large star to low solar system at bare minimum due to planet being 7 to 42 times larger or denser than our sun? It depends on how you choose to interpret how large the One Piece planet is. Me personally, since I don't really go into pixel calcs, I have a harder time finding an actual number to give people. However, it depends on how, it depends like it depends because like honestly like a large star in a low solar system, like the difference between like a star and a solar system is extremely massive. Lapis and even Yule can actually give you a better explanation for that than I can. All
I
things
have
considered.
the high ball for the one. If everybody is curious about just how high you can get the One Piece world and just in size, there was a statement. Well, basically the whole scene with Kuma sending all the Straw Hats to their individual islands and it taking like 3 days. Yeah, it was like 3 days for them to reach their individual islands for basically the whole entire time in between the time skip,
Yeah.
the 2 years. You can hypothetically get the size of the One Piece world to 700 times the diameter of not the sun, but the distance, the orbit from the Earth to the sun.
Holy shit.
Yes.
It's very big, and I would like to just point out this assumes one particular thing that we have no confirmation for, which is that the 3 days of light speed travel are a circumnavigation,
Right.
meaning an entire lap around the planet. We do not have confirmation. That could have just been 3 days to get to Amazon Lily.
Yeah, that's actually a discussion that I had with somebody in the comment sections a while back, where they were arguing that you can't that we don't know whether or not the Straw Hats, but in this case Luffy, since we know that he at the very least did travel for 3 days straight. There's
Right.
no way to know whether or not they actually travel, like circumnavigated the planet, or whether or not they flew straight there, and it took Luffy at least 3 days to reach the island. There's a couple of things regarding that scene that are definitely questionable, and I wouldn't blame anybody in the slightest, because you can definitely get some insane values, all things considered. I think we can all agree on that, right? But I do believe that when it comes to something like, in this case, Luffy traveling to Amazon Lily, the fact that we can see... the fact that when Luffy's reaching down the island, it actually seems like he's traveling faster than when he was flying through the planet, especially since it leaves a massive paw print on the ground itself. I would argue that like Luffy's speed never actually once decelerated. It does, of course, going by the idea that, again, they never decelerated. They were traveling at bare minimum light speed, or at least at whatever speed would get them out of there fast enough that like even Kizaru couldn't catch up to them. It's definitely arguable that like, yeah, the One Piece planet could be absolutely massive, even in comparison towards our own solar system.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, for like comparison, if we're talking like, so it's a little bit more technical, like 700 astronomical units, that's like roughly like, I want to say it's something stupid like 35 billion kilometers in diameter. It would immediately make Whitebeard being able to destroy the world into that like basically into that low to like mid solar system tier of just AP.
Damn, that sounds actually insane.
It's stupid. It's really stupid.
I'm just gonna put right here evidence. Actually, yeah. Let me just put that right there. Now, just remember, everyone, it's about more so how comprehensive the argument is. So, if you guys liked the points that Six made, be sure to keep them in mind. I'm typing them down here so that you guys have an easy way to look back when we're done with all the lines of scaling, and from there, you guys can vote on who you believe had the most comprehensive line of scaling. In other words, how easy was it to understand, and how simple it is for you guys, and how easy it is for you guys to agree to it if you were to agree with the line of scaling. Pretty sure astronomical units are bigger than billion. Also, Boaz Yusuf. You asked about Enel slander. What exactly are you talking about in terms of slander? That his strongest form isn't as strong as normal lightning on Earth. I would definitely disagree with that. Enel should definitely be more powerful than Earth lightning.
I will. Okay, so whoever said astronomical units are more than billions, as someone who does like astronomy as like a pastime, it's one astronomical unit, which is the distance from the Earth to the Sun, is roughly 150 million kilometers. Let me double check that. Yeah. It's 149.5 million kilometers. So yeah,
Okay.
very large distance. But I think we spent enough on the One Piece world being as large as our solar system.
Can Kuma's range be up to planetary or possibly interstellar due to him separating the Straw Hats throughout the planet? And since the planet is massive, to put it simply, it's kind of like a tandem effect in a way. By the way, sorry about that. I hit my mic. It's kind of like a tandem effect where I feel like if you believe that Kuma, when he sent Luffy and the others out, if he sent them out at the very least at the speed of light, and they didn't circumnavigate the planet, that would obviously upscale the size of the planet. And because the size of the planet would then be upscaled, that would mean that Kuma's ability to repel objects or people would actually possibly extend him to a to put it simply, it could give him and not an attack range, but more so a movement distance that could be anywhere between planetary to multiplanetary.
To explain the interstellar argument, the funny thing about interstellar space is that even though the One Piece world, if we're going by that metric of it being 700 astronomical units in diameter, that's still not interstellar space. In order for that, you need to go about roughly 1 light year out from the solar system, and that's roughly 63,000 astronomical units out. That is interstellar space going into that territory. So even larger numbers, which I completely understand if chat thinks I'm like speaking Chinese or Minecraft enchantment table right now. I mean, if I were in their position, I would think the exact same thing.
Understandable. John Levi said, "I don't think I can compromise on scaling One Piece to being bigger than a Dyson sphere, like the manga series Blame." Let me check out what a Dyson sphere is.
It's okay. Let me explain what a Dyson sphere. It's basically a big ass mega structure. Think like the Death Star, but it's way more massive than the Death Star, and it's meant to harvest the entire like energy outputted by a sun.
Right. Okay. God damn.
They get massive.
I mean, can you imagine how fucking massive the One Piece planet's sun must be? If it's got...
You know what's also massive?
Yeah.
Low taper fade.
Fair. What the fuck does that even mean?
Chat, hit him with the wilted rose emoji.
What the
Anyway.
fuck? All right. Are you guys ready for the second line?
Yeah, I think, Six, are you ready? You're going to have to do a lot of the carrying for this one.
Yes, I am.
I might explain that. I'll explain, like, the dimensionality and stuff, though.
That's fair.
All right. So, to begin with, Lilith and Nemoth are stated to be able to destroy, fuck. No. They're still to burn away and freeze everything, even shadow and light and invisible concepts.
Right.
So, according to the cosmic decline theory, light is a fifth dimensional construct. This is because light is a disturbance caused by ripples in the higher dimension that's beyond human perception.
Okay.
So them being able to freeze and burn away light would make them 5D by extension.
Ah, okay. So the ability to affect these photons essentially brings up their yield of dimensionality up at least 2 tiers above like our own concept. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
All
Well,
right,
it's
so
actually
next-
just one spatial dimension. It's actually only one spatial dimension, just
Really?
because we live in a 4D space time. We live in a 3-dimensional space with one time dimension.
Okay.
This is just adding an extra spatial dimension.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. What were their names again? Just so I can write them. Just so I can write it down in the notes.
and the moth.
I'm sorry. You said a moth?
Lilith and Nomoth.
Lilith. Okay, Lilith and Nomoth. I'm just gonna write it like no math. Can freeze and burn light and shadow, making them 5D by the, what was it, Kaluza-Klein theory.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Okay, you can
All right,
continue however you
so
want.
next I have two statements that should put them at fifth dimensional.
Okay.
So the first one is a statement from the author Tabata that says, "The first wizard emperor Lumiere and leader of the elves licked. A physical battle starts that transcends space or time," or something like that. I can't really. It's kind of hard to read, but it says a battle that transcends space time.
Okay, so Lumiere and Licht had a battle that transcended space-time.
Just to remind chat, we live in. So if y'all are confused on why we're saying 5D, we're referring to space-time in general. We're referring to our 3 spatial dimensions and the 1 time dimension that we live in.
Okay.
And that's why we're saying 5D.
Okay. Yeah, transcends space and time. Battle intensifies. Effaced. It's hard to read what that says. Will the fate of the battle be entrusted to Asta as the blank and blank? You know who to continue to evolve. Put an end to the 100 years of sadness and hatred. Okay.
All right. So the other statement says, "I'm from a whole nother dimension." This obviously you could interpret it as him just being from the demon dimension, but you could also interpret it as him being 5D.
What is his name again?
Uh, fuck, I forgot his name.
Are you talking about the one in? Are you talking about the demon from? No, not the devil from the Elf Arc?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Zagred.
Oh,
Yeah,
Zagred. Yeah. Wait, is that Zagred? Are you sure? Because I remember Zagred being one of like the 3 dudes' names, wasn't it?
No. That's Astaroth, Lucifero, and Beelzebub.
Okay. Let me just double check that real quick.
Zagred is actually like kind of a bum, but that's
Zagred?
beside.
Oh yeah, no, he's actually a fucking bum. He's not a Clyfoth devil. That's actually
He's not-
insane.
Yeah, he's not. Yeah, he is most definitely not.
Is from another dimension.
Forgot to drop 2 scans. I'll drop those real quick.
Is
Give me a few
Is
seconds.
from another dimension. Could be interpreted as world. Okay. Your friend's wrong. Oh, that's crazy. Do you think Kizaru being light itself means his slowest speed is light speed and he can further accelerate above light speed? I do believe that. Kizaru is a character that, like, it's very hard at times to convince people, especially those that might not power scale as consistently or might not really, or at least they wrap their heads more or less around the concepts of, like, real world physics and logic, where having a character like Kizaru, who essentially is the embodiment of light itself, or is just light itself, at least within the context of the story, it makes scaling, or at least explaining the concept that, like, a guy who is made out of light, having the capacity to move at faster than light speeds, being something that's possible within the context of One Piece, it can make it a bit difficult, but it's ultimately... it's ultimately very difficult to actually argue against, simply because it is consistently depicted by Oda that Kizaru is light speed, not at his slowest. Let's be clear. Kizaru can, as long as he is at least in a form of light, I don't think you can really argue he can move slower than light unless he's just in his base human form. But he definitely has shown the capacity to be able to increase his acceleration far past the point of light, to where he can even blitz someone like Gear 4 Snake Man Luffy, who should likely be using Future Sight, since by the time of Egghead, not so much Egghead, but at the very least like the midsection of Wano when he's training with Hyogoro, Luffy has already attained the ability to use Future Sight consistently and casually. As a matter of fact, one of the moments you can find this is when Luffy is eating food, or no, not eating food. He actually just walked out of getting his brand new outfit in Egghead with Bonnie, Jinbei, Chopper. Bonnie, Jinbei, and Chopper. And Luffy immediately got I'm talking about no kind of like prior assumption or anything. Like, he just straight up had a future vision that immediately put him on guard against the pacifista that was nearing by. It had no intent to attack them whatsoever, and he immediately got on the offense. He immediately got put himself into an offensive stance before it even remotely came towards them. Yeah, no, Luffy's kind of crazy. I'm not gonna lie to you.
I mean, this is fiction. Luffy is just defying so many just laws of physics. Yeah, stop. For everybody who's using like a bunch of real world concepts like relativity, we kind of just decide to throw it out the window, because by having all these characters be like light speed, that would immediately mean all their attacks being light speed. It would mean that all of the, due to like how acceleration works and relativity, all these characters would be uni level, and obviously that is not true. So
yeah. Another thing that you'd have to consider is that, like, any of these characters being able to even dash through a battlefield, even if it's only like 20 meters, just the energy that they could produce by moving at faster than light speeds would legitimately just wipe out all life on Earth.
No, seriously. If anyone's not familiar with how like high-end relativistic speed works, there is a wonderful video called Relativistic Baseball where they say like, I think it's like 90% or even just 9% the speed of light. It like plasmifies and nukes a city if you threw a baseball at that speed. Another great example would be, for anyone who is aware, the animation with Invincible Season 1 with Omni-Man flying around the entire, what was it, Thraxin, whatever, the alien invader planet, and just the air behind him exploding in a like that is what would happen if you limited it by hard physics.
Yeah, I actually had a discussion with somebody where they were talking about the quote-unquote internal inconsistencies that One Piece has, because there is no way that Zoro, for example, can see a beam of light traveling in his direction, perceive it, have the neurons in his brain essentially interpret what is happening, and then fire out information to his synapses, essentially allowing him to like move out of the way. It would be impossible unless light in One Piece is slower than light in our world, or it's something along the lines of like being able to see the concept of light and then being able to like move faster than it would mean that light itself cannot actually move at light speed. It was like a weird argument that they were trying to essentially, push. I think we had a bit of a back and forth. I just essentially just boiled it down to like, listen, this seems to be like a thing that I've never really heard the concept of like an internal contradiction, and I brought up that like, it's just fiction, right? In terms of any form of fiction, and I've said this before, fiction is stupid. Sometimes you just have to accept the fact that like fiction is not going to follow the laws of the universe as we understand them, and that's okay, right? As long as a story is capable of following its own physics and logics within the context of the narrative that has been implied to us as readers, I think it's completely fine. But it can be a difficult concept to explain at times.
All right, I think I'm ready.
You're ready? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, so this is all stemming from the Tree of Cliffoth, where Lucifero absorbs the Tree of Cliffoth, and then Asta one-shots him in True Double Union.
Okay. Which page is that? Which image is that? Is it
That
the
is all the
Glyphot?
way down at the bottom of the debate scans. Sorry.
Okay, all the way down. Okay, yeah. When Asta cuts him in half. Right.
Yes. So, because of the similarities with the tree, like there's so many similarities with the Tree of Clithoth and the real life Tree of Clithoth, uh, we can use the Tree of Clithoth in real life to get uh, this feat to low complex multiversal.
Okay.
This is due to the limbo being inside the Tree of Clithoth, which is a 5-dimensional construct.
It says right
Or
here.
it's just a 5th dimension. Never mind.
It says
Sorry.
right here that like it's an infra dimension, and it's a term that could be used in an esoteric context to describe planets or realities below dimensions of Malkuth and Limbo. This could involve ideas of the occult realities, spiritual worlds, or less accessible levels of existence. It's important to note that these concepts are often linked to specific beliefs and thought systems, and their interpretations can vary according to the esoteric or religious traditions. If you have more of a specific question about any of these and concepts, you will detailed. Okay, yeah, that's a little bit different. Okay, so the explanation of the Clifoth. Okay.
So, due to the limbo being a 5th dimension, then the entirety of the Tree of Clithoth would be bare minimum 5th dimensional.
Okay.
So then Lucifero absorbing and getting one shot would make Asta 5th dimensional.
Okay, so it would make while Asta being able to one shot Lucifero would make him also fifth dimensional. Okay.
Yes, because Lucifero absorbed the Tree of Clithoth.
Yeah. To help chat visualize this, because I know it can be a little bit hard to like visualize what is going on with the Tree of Cliffoth. Imagine that the tree itself is a box. You have a basically that has 4 spatial dimensions and 1 time dimension. And now imagine all the little Cliffoths are like individual like universes like our own. Essentially. That's at least how I visualize it.
Yeah.
So I feel like the term infradimension can be a little bit I shouldn't say misleading, but it's a little bit daunting because it like implies that these dimensions are like below like regular dimensions. But in reality, to kind of just simplify it, it's just a bunch of 4D space-times like our universe that are within a construct that is 5-dimensional. 4 spatial dimensions, 1 time dimension.
Right.
Yep.
Okay.
Alright.
This right here. What's the second page that you put up right here? It says Satan, Moloch, Beelzebub, Lucifug.
Oh, that's just the Tree of Cliffoth.
Oh, that's the Tree of Cliffoth,
Yeah.
and this is the tree that was used in Black Clover. Okay. What about these final pages?
All right, just give me 2 seconds, and then I can.
Take your time.
All right, so I have one last point.
Right.
So, you know how Dorothy created Glamorld, right? And Glamorld is stated to be endless.
Yes.
Well, since Dorothy created Glamorld unconsciously, she would have to have created the entire space-time since it's a mirror of the real world.
Okay. So she created an entire space-time that is stated to be endless, so it would be like a universe in and of itself.
Yes.
A universe, yeah, an infinitely sized universe, so that would immediately make that construct into high uni.
Dorothy unconsciously made a glam world, right?
Yes.
Glam world that is infinite in size and scope. Okay.
Okay. So we move on in the story, and Dante is stated to have infinite power in comparison to Yami.
Okay.
This is the same Yami that was able to destroy Glamour World.
Okay.
So that means he would be an infinite level above infinite, if you understand.
Infinitely stronger than Yami.
Yeah.
Yes.
Then
Let me explain this to chat.
Yeah.
All right. So if Yami, well, sorry, it was yeah. If Yami is able to destroy an infinite-sized universe like Glamour World by basically stacking infinity above that, you're suggesting an infinite amount of infinities, which is immediately high multiversal.
Yes.
high multiversal, but you guys wrote low complex multiversal. Or
Yeah.
is like low complex multiversal like higher than high multiversal?
So the difference between low complex multi and high multi is just take the high multi
Yeah.
and add an extra spatial dimension to it.
Okay. Okay.
Think of it more like a currency. Think of it as a currency. In the lower tiers of power scaling, we use joules.
Right.
Figure out how strong like someone's AP is. Once you get to low multi, you start measuring it in infinities.
Okay.
And then after infinities, once you get to an infinite amount of infinities, you start measuring it in dimensions.
Okay.
And when you get to an infinite amount of dimensions, that's when you get to hyperversal.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Understood. Is there anything else you guys would like to add? This was interesting.
So the reason I bring up that feat
Uh-huh.
is because Dorothy states that let me bring up the two statements real quick. Give me 2 seconds.
Yeah,
Hold up.
please take your time. Just gonna look up some stuff right here for Black Clover real quick. Man, the art style is really nice. I definitely do enjoy Black Clover's art style. Nice ranking. Connect the tree of Clypha, one of the tree rulers of the underworld, residing at the lowest level. Beelzebub's going to what's in on. Okay. Oh yeah, he's the one with spatial magic, right? Okay.
Chat went silent because they had an aneurysm trying to understand this, which I can't blame them.
That's true. Yeah, I sometimes personally have trouble like comprehending just a higher tier, but like the idea that like if you could look at it as like currency, that's actually quite helpful. It's actually quite helpful in like understanding. Okay, if you were to take like Jewels of Force as like a currency that we would use for our dimensions, or at least anything like 3D and below, then like once you start getting to like anything conceptual, it would be like 5D, 6D, 7D. Like at that point, you start going by like tiers of dimensionality. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. That's a lot more.
As
That's
I've,
more
as
simple.
I've always
Two
told
statements, so I
people,
can go over that now.
Okay. Whenever you're ready.
So the reason I bring up this feat is Dorothy states I have to get strong enough that I can trap even a devil in my dream world, which means any devil that she puts in there would just destroy it. That's
Right.
what she's implying. And then it is also implied that she used Glamour World and what's his name? That guy destroyed it. I fucking forgot his name, but that guy in the panel.
Okay.
So it is consistent with people being able to casually destroy Glamour World, and we know that that would be a pretty crazy feat.
Okay. Dorothy isn't strong enough.
Which panel 6?
The one at the bottom on the right.
Bottom on the right. Can't see. That's Dorothy.
You mean bottom left? Isn't that
No. Bottom. That's Asta.
Oh.
Sorry, I'm good with names. I'm just trying to see who we're talking about. Doesn't matter. It's a guy.
Yeah.
It's a dude.
It's just a guy. No. Is that Xenon?
No,
Or
it
is
is
that?
not.
Or is that? Okay, wait. Remind me.
Find this guy. I forgot his name.
Oh, what's his name?
Well, you guys are doing that. Yes, Asta arguably can solo Z Goku easily, quite actually. There's a real double standard with series. Let's see. Bleach takes every
Morris. It's
hyperbolic-
Morris.
Morris.
Should be Morris.
Yeah, Morris.
Liberdert.
That's his name. Sorry about that.
I just couldn't tell because he was in like a percentage of Devil State.
Yeah.
So like he had like the kind of like the eye markings, but like
Yes.
I couldn't like tell just based off of just like the quarter of his face we saw.
Interesting. Somebody asked Bleach takes every hyperbolic statement as a fact, and One Piece can't even get people to acknowledge feats characters have actually performed. Yeah, it's unfortunate.
Yeah, no, seriously.
One of the things that I just sort of accepted is that, like, in general, and this will go more so towards like the idea of like more casual scaling. You know, like people who say, X character is too strong, too fast, can't keep up with, stuff like that. Like, you're not really going into detail, more so just bringing up maybe like one or two feats. It's very, it's not uncommon to see people take statements from their favorite series and essentially not misconstrued them, because again, it all just depends on interpretation, and what we're doing right now is essentially taking statements, etc., to in a form of interpretation to essentially get characters to seem as powerful as we can get them, right? Hence why we call this a Wankathon. It's very easy to do that with a series like Bleach, and I've said this before. It really just depends on the way that it really just depends on the author's style of writing, right? One of the things that like kind of like sets me off, not sets me off, it puts me away from like the Naruto novels, is that the way that they are written doesn't exactly follow the same writing style that Kishimoto uses for Naruto. Obviously, it would also be different just by the simple fact that it's, manga versus novels, right? With novels, you have to be a bit more descriptive. But statements from novels can sometimes, and I'm not saying it's this to be the case with every single light novel statement, because that also would not be true, but it can sometimes make certain statements from the light novels seem hyperbolic. You know what I mean? And with Bleach, a lot of statements, I don't want to say that they are hyperbolic, but it can be a bit rough to try to get like a low-end interpretation when you're essentially dealing with beings like death gods that essentially have like no real precedent for us to really compare to in our world. At least, within the same, at least that work in the same way that Bleach death gods work. I'm dealing with multiple things and a guy who's trying to downplay how powerful Boros and One Punch Man is. Boros, how strong would you guys say that Boros is? You would say he's at least like a planetary level threat, right? I would say that's like at least like the low.
Probably higher.
Probably higher. Yeah.
You can get him anywhere from multi-continental to star level.
Okay.
Just depends on what you're using.
Yeah.
Which that's wonderful. You can also get him like faster than light pretty easily, but
yeah.
There's also an argument to be made that he should have been relative to Orochi.
Orochi.
Based off of the what's her name? This like crazy kooky lady who was like seeing the future or something. It's like, oh no, there's like two great forces that are going to collide and destroy the planet.
Mm-hmm.
Which should imply them, or it should imply Saitama and possibly God, but
yeah,
that's very unlikely that she could see that because normal espers cannot interact with God in any capacity other than getting enslaved.
Okay.
Which is wild. So if you scale Demon King Orochi to planetary or large planetary or star level or whatever, basically Boros should be the same and vice versa.
Okay, so their scaling is kind of tandem with one another.
Precisely.
Oh, understandable. Okay. No, we haven't done inaccessible speed yet. I don't know if we're gonna do any inaccessible speed.
Oh, don't worry. I'm just gonna skip right over that.
Okay. Are you guys done with the low complex Black Clover?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm done.
Okay.
I'm done trying to give chat a headache.
Yeah, I know it's hard to understand.
I swear, guys. My wank is going to be way more digestible. I swear. On God, no cap.
Whenever you want to get ready, Lapis, let me know. Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna. So here, let me just go to Skylanders scans. See if I'm pretty sure I have everything.
If you have everything there, I can just go to that scan section instead. You don't have to like really update.
Yeah, it's pretty small. There's just it's mostly on like damage values and some statements that were said by characters. So my argument.
What's your claim?
So my claim is for low to mid multi Skylanders. So that would be tier 2C to 2B.
Low to mid multi Skylanders, and you said it was what, 2C?
2C, yeah, tier 2C to 2B for all those people who are like curious on the versus battle wiki.
Okay.
Hearing system. So, all right, I am ready when you are.
Whenever you're ready.
All right. So, in Skylanders, there are many, I want to say, like, different, like, classes of Skylanders. They basically form, like, teams. So, the main kind of, like, 5 teams we have are the Senseis, the Trap Team, the Superchargers, the Giants, and the Swap Force.
Okay.
This line of scaling is going to be based off the Trap Team, which was basically the main gimmick Skylanders of the 4th game, called Skylanders Trap Team. Okay. So, in Skylanders Trap Team, right after the fight against the Golden Queen, at this point I might as well just putting it in debate scans just so it flows a bit better.
Okay.
And I'll put the timestamps because these are all videos. Yeah. And don't worry about copyright. I made sure all that is.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
Yeah. So, right after the fight against the Golden Queen, when Chaos decides to get us with, I got you. I'm actually doing all this crap for my own interests. When there was a whole discussion with Buzz saying that, oh no, Chaos has Traptanium, and because he has Traptanium, he has limitless power.
Okay.
So let me just get the video and the timestamp. So debate scans, and this is at 39 minutes 11 seconds. And beautiful.
So 39 minutes 11 seconds.
So I will say before that we do get some like fourth wall breaks from Chaos getting high out of his mind off Traptanium, but that's besides the point. So Buzz literally says because Chaos has all this Traptanium, he has limitless power. And so that implies that Chaos at this very moment is in the high uni levels of like territory of like power and stuff. So that brings up the question: how much Traptanium do you need to get this power?
Let me just play the clip for everyone.
All right.
Well, how do you like that? The evilest guy ever in Skylands actually evilly betrayed us. I gotta tell you, I did not see that one coming.
It's much worse than that now, Flynn.
Oh, accident.
Traptanium has limitless power. We must stop Chaos before he can charge himself up even further.
Yes, limitless power.
Okay.
So, yeah, infinite power. And
he can charge himself up even more.
He can charge himself up even more. So, if you notice with the with the trap team, I'll just like get a picture of like say Snapshot for a second.
Okay.
Since he's like the main like trap master people immediately think of.
Yeah, I
this
would appreciate that, IMAX. I would definitely appreciate that.
Yeah, so the crystal like weapon he is holding right now
Okay.
is made of traptanium.
Okay.
So, if traptanium is stated to have limitless power, any attack that
Is Lapis cutting off for you guys? Or is it just me? Is Lapis yeah, he's choppy? Okay, so yeah, Lapis, you might be having some internet connections.
Yeah. Okay, good. I saw like the Wi-Fi symbol turn to red, and I was like, oh shoot. Okay, so when did it start becoming choppy?
After you said it has limitless power.
Okay. So, Snapshot, the weapon he's holding, is made of traptanium.
Right.
So that can imply that any attack he does, because he is using a traptanium weapon, also has limitless power. So that immediately puts Snapshot at that high uni level of territory.
Okay.
So that immediately puts every other trap master at uni in terms of AP. So what about all the other Skylanders, and how are we going to get this to low to mid multi? Well, there's this funny thing known as damage numbers.
Okay.
And there are obviously core Skylanders and non-trap team members that can do attacks that deal more damage. And specifically the Skylander I'm going to be bringing up is specifically Eon's Elite Trigger Happy. Let me grab the scan.
Eon's Elite Trigger Happy. You're having connection problems again, Lapis. Okay. Let's see. So Trap Masters have uni levels of AP. Actually, while you're doing that, while you're doing that, give me 1 second. How would you scale Male 4 in the Legend of Spyro game trilogy? 1 second. Let me.
It's good now.
Close my
It's good.
door because my family's gonna start pulling in.
Okay.
You're letting the good Wi-Fi out. Close your door.
So, for those of you that might be joining in, we are doing what we like to call a Wankathon. Essentially, my three mods, wonderful gentlemen over here, they are essentially giving us some scaling, what some people would consider wank scaling, to essentially show you guys how to make comprehensive arguments for different verses, right? So we have One Piece, Black Clover, and we also have, in this case, Skylanders, as we're going over right now. The point of this Wankathon is to essentially not only show you guys that you can scale things to a higher tier than what would normally be agreed upon, as long as you are able to develop a comprehensive argument, or in other words, as long as you're able to make an argument that has enough evidence that could at least imply what you are claiming. It doesn't necessarily always have to follow author's intent, since power scaling is all about interpretation. But in some cases, you can actually have author's intent imply many of these things. What we're going to do is that right at the end, I'm actually writing down a lot of their points here, so that towards the end of the stream, you guys can essentially help vote and see who you think developed the most comprehensive argument. It's just a little thing for fun, nothing too crazy. But I want to use this as almost like a basis, so whenever I come back, I can make my how to power scaling series. I can actually show you guys not only how to develop a claim, but we can also, using help of my mods as well, we can eventually teach as many people as possible how to power scale in such a way that isn't that, you know, doesn't have to be toxic, and even if it's not something that is entirely agreed upon, you know, it can still be something that's fun for everybody.
Yeah. Yeah, we don't want power scaling to be just a giant cesspool of people calling people tard words.
Yeah. CJ,
now,
I need you to relax.
All right. If my internet doesn't decide to shit the bed, I'm going to continue my.
Go ahead. Go ahead, man.
all right. So, Eon's Elite trigger happy. So, he is. So I'm gonna send this video right now. You can just like click through it, and you'll see like some of the damage numbers.
Okay. I'll lower it. Okay. Yeah. There we go.
So, trigger happy is not a trap team Skylander. And he is outputting insane levels of damage. Like in the thousands with his Golden Yamato attack.
Okay.
Basically his charge attack, you hold it for like, I want to say like 6 or 7 seconds and then release it and it does a crap load of damage.
Golden Yamato sounds like a really cool name, I'm not gonna lie to you.
Yeah.
By the way, one thing I just want to call out, just so that everybody's also aware of it. If we're gonna also be using, I'm assuming that we're also gonna be using in-game mechanics and damage values to essentially help promote this meta for Skylanders.
Yeah, I should have mentioned that before.
No, it's fine. Yeah.
Yeah. So, did the video send? Yeah. I put it in debate scans. It should be the net.
Yeah, exactly, Caleb. Exactly. You can definitely scale Luffy to like 900 times the speed of light by 3D 2Y special upscaling. By the way, if you guys want, if any of you want, you guys can also provide, anybody in the comments, you guys can also provide whatever wank scaling you guys would like to go to. Whatever crazy metas or tiers of power for whatever characters or verses you guys enjoy. Be sure to just type it in the comments. It'd be interesting to just have this discussion with all of you guys. You may continue. I'm sorry about that, Lapis.
Yeah. So the video I sent, it should be in debate scans.
Yeah, I'm looking through it.
Yeah. So Trigger Happy does like something ridiculous, like something like 1,500 damage from that attack, and obviously, Snapshot does not have any attacks that equal that amount of damage, just that amount of raw power.
Right.
So this immediately puts any like Skylanders that are able to like output damage similar to him and the rest of the trap team up at that uni level scaling. So,
actually,
but then again, that brings up the question.
Higher on the damage values.
Yeah. So, but that brings up the question: how are we going to get this up to multi?
Okay.
Well, my dear viewers, say hello to the Chompy.
The Chompy.
The most frail enemy in Skylanders. The enemy that is just known for being absolute fodder. So I will say I had to dig a lot to get this data. I had to ask multiple people on the Boombringer Discord server for basically Skylanders trap team HP values and damage values. But I eventually got this piece of data. Chompies in trap team don't have 1 HP. They have slightly above that, and because of the like inflated damage values, some Skylanders don't have attacks that don't one-shot Chompies. Let me find the quote. It was, yes, Chompies can tank small damage values. This is the same Discord server, by the way, that like does a bunch of data mining. So I would say this is a pretty reliable source. I'm going to leave the user that gave me this data anonymous.
Yeah, that's completely fine.
I have to like find this specific message. I was trying to find this because this was it's nowhere on any of the wikis.
Okay.
Like this is some very, very niche information.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
That you would have to do testing yourself or ask people that basically spend a lot of their time with this game. So this, oh, that's not the Discord server. Here it is. Basically, he said, hopefully I'm not spreading like misinformation. There is low damage from Double Trouble, which is another Skylanders Wow Pow that should not be powerful enough to one-shot a Chompy, even though they have like 3 or 4 HP, they're still very frail. Most attacks are going to take him out in one hit. So remember how I mentioned that you want to use like infinities as a currency when we're talking about like this higher level of scaling?
Yes. Yes.
Theoretically, you could equate 1 damage as a whole entire universe of AP. So yeah, any attack that is, how do I put it? Just any attack that more than 1 damage is immediately multiversal, low multi. And so any attack that goes above 1,000 damage, going by Versus Battle Wiki's definition of mid-multi, should be mid-multi because it should have the amount of AP to destroy 1,000 universes.
Okay.
So that's basically the scaling. However, there's actually something a little bit more insane that I want to bring up, and has nothing to deal with actual AP itself. This is just mentioning the cosmology of Skylanders.
Okay.
And you can and there's some arguments where you can also use this for Ultimate Traptanium Chaos, that same chaos that got high off his mind snorting a bunch of Traptanium.
Really?
So it was stated in the first story scroll. Let me go grab this scan. It was stated that here, let me I'm going to just read it off. While the shape and size of portals vary, under the control of a true portal master, I unpause the video. There we go. Portal master, these mystical devices can connect 2 points in space, dimension, and if we are to believe ancient legends, even time. I'm here also. I'll put the video in debate scans. It's at roughly, pause it at 28 seconds. 2 different levels across the games that take place at different time periods. The first one being the first level of Giants, called Time of the Giants, which takes place 10,000 years ago.
Okay.
And the Future of Skylands, which is in Trap Team, which takes place 10,000 years into the future.
Oh, shit.
So these portals do have the ability to send Skylanders, or actually nearly anything, through not only just 3-dimensional space, but through a 4-dimensional, like any point in a 4-dimensional space-time. Now, the crazy part is that Skylands, it is implied that Skylands is not directly connected to, like, our universe via, like, space and time. The dimensionality part of that statement of setting 2 points in space and dimension,
right?
It can be interpreted as basically the portal calibrating both dimensions to each other. So it can send Skylanders through essentially an extra spatial dimension to Skylands.
Right.
From Earth. So, what does this mean? The cosmology of Skylanders is low complex multi.
Okay, so let me let me let me see if I can. What is this constant sound? I keep hearing like. Okay, anyway, so can you repeat that, because I kind of got lost.
Okay. So essentially, in the first story scroll,
Right.
we're looking at the dimensionality of how portals work.
Right. So the portals are capable of sending Skylanders across different points in space and time, right?
Yeah, space and
across
time,
a
but
4D space, right?
Essentially, because it also has to link up the dimensionality of both Skylands and our universe.
Where do I keep hearing the disconnect sound? That's so weird.
It's definitely something on your end, because I'm not getting.
No, it's fine. I'm just
like,
trying to figure out like why I'm getting that
weird
sound.
sounds.
It's fine. It's fine. You may continue.
Yeah. So because it has to link up the dimensionality of both Skylands and our world, the space that has to be created in order to send Skylanders to Skylands has to be outside of our regular 3 spatial dimensions.
Right.
And that's interesting because there is one character that isn't a portal who is able to send stuff from Earth to Skylands.
Right.
And that is doped out of his mind, Traptanium Chaos.
Right.
So in your fight against him, he, along with his 4-dimensional wall breaks, being able to see you through the screen, knowing of your existence, he pulls objects from our universe into Skylands. And I got it right here. I just need the timestamp.
I think I know what it is.
I have to like look through the video again, because I have 3 timestamps, but we'll only need 1 for this. So should be at 1 minute 58 seconds. Once I send this, you can take a look at it.
Okay.
So yeah, chat, feel free to see Chaos just ripping objects
From our world into theirs.
through, basically, from, it's implied, our room that we're playing this game in.
Is it in the Skylanders thing? Or is it sending to the debate scans channel? Debate scan. Okay.
Bro, CJ,
There we
stop
go.
crashing out. I swear to God.
Is it the new thing you sent?
Oh, yeah, the new thing I sent.
What time is it?
What time is it? The timestamp. I thought you were talking about what time it was.
No,
I was gonna say, it's
timestamp.
7. Like, it's 7 p.m. No. It's at 1 minute 58 seconds.
1 minute 58 seconds. Got you. Understood. Okay. So you're dealing damage, and then. Oh shit! He actually just straight up grabs stuff from the screen itself, from the player.
Yeah, I don't
that's
think it's
insane.
showing up on your stream, just because I think it's in a different tab. But
it's
if
fine.
if chat wants to know the video, just look up the Ultimate Traptanium Chaos fight, and he does it multiple times.
It's okay. I've got it. I've got it up. I've got it up right here. We're watching it together. Okay. So he pulls in objects from our world into theirs, increasing the level of dimensionality that these guys are actually existing, especially since they can affect, at least within the context of the story, it can accept, it can affect our reality, our concept of reality. Oh, okay.
It's really weird. So I know Versus Battle Wiki states it at uni levels of just hacks. Going by the logic I've provided, it actually would buff Chaos, specifically Ultimate Traptanium Chaos, all the way up to low complex multi in hacks.
Really? That's interesting.
Just ripping objects from our world into Skylands, because it's using it just based off of what I've seen with how the evidence that I've provided, Chaos is doing the same thing, calibrating the dimensionality of both Skylands and our universe, and basically sending objects to Skylands.
Right. By the way, Halo Jeff, thank you for the 5, man. Star level One Piece, that's it? Where's the wank? I was expecting 5D Sanji due to destroying light. My day is ruined.
So true. So true.
Where's the Mont d'Or scaling, guys? Come on.
I'm disappointed in my fellow mods. I thought they would have pulled out multiversal at bare minimum. I'm so
That's
sorry,
what I'm saying.
guys.
Like star level, like this is Neubauer. Come on.
But yeah, that's pretty much my argument.
That's pretty interesting. That's pretty interesting, Lepus, though.
I will say, before we move on, I think Yul, you want to go next, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Before I go,
this is gonna be awful.
Yeah. So I will say that there are the strongest Skylanders that exist aren't the trap team.
Yeah. So the strongest,
it's actually
the senseis.
The strongest. Yeah, they're the senseis, and I mean, if y'all want to look for it, there's a statement in the first opening cutscene of Imaginators that says that Eon says, "I have brought the something by the lines of I have brought the strongest Skylanders to train your Imaginators."
Okay.
And I mean,
man, I said all of that. That's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, there's also some really ratty arguments for like low outerversal like mind magic, but they're so ratty I don't even want to bring them up here.
Hey, it's a Wankathon. You might as well.
No.
It's okay. It's okay.
The amount of I would have to do so much mental gymnastics that like I legitimately think my brain would implode.
He would think less of himself by the time he was done, which is understandable.
Yeah. If y'all, so before we go on to Yul, I was planning on doing 2 other series. However, so the 2 other series were Steven Universe and Deltarune. The reason why I'm not doing Steven Universe is because Lars of the Stars got announced.
Okay.
And that might add some juicy scaling once it's released.
Okay.
And then with Deltarune, I was discussing this with Arcturus on the server. Deltarune is in a weird situation where it's kind of in the situation that Naruto's in. It's a lot of stuff that is crazy OP, but it relies on the verse itself to actually be able to do stuff. Like,
okay.
Like, you know, you can't Genjutsu can't work on anyone outside of the verse. Well, it's kind of that line of logic. However, it's even worse because certain characters don't exist unless they are in the verse.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. So that's where I'll leave stuff off. I need to make myself some dinner, and remember, Eon, eat your invisible food.
All right, get the fuck out of here. Before you get a chance to go, let me just go over a couple of these statements that a couple of comments that people were bringing up. I kept in mind a couple of these. So, yes, I will be clipping up my crash out over the Luffy speed versus Naruto speed. I will be making that into a video. So no worries about that, Drachno. Agent Silver. For example, a weird scaling wanking. Would it be possible? Would it be like saying Shovel Knight could be considered for a higher power scaling due to its potentially canon fight with Kratos from God of War? Yes, that fight, as far as I am aware, is considered canon, and Shovel Knight
Both
did
writing
defeat...
teams considered it canon.
Yeah.
It is even referenced in God of War Ragnarok, as he found a mysterious warrior who kind of enlightened him.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah, you could definitely use that. You could definitely use it actually to really upscale Shovel Knight and its entire verse, thanks to God of War. So you can get some pretty crazy shit, man. Some people say the way that I scale Luffy speed is calc stacking. So I don't know like the issue that a lot of people seem to have with the idea of calc stacking. I could maybe understand it, but the thing with Luffy is that, like, okay, Luffy objectively gets faster as the series progresses. We kind of are aware of that fact due to not just the statement from Zoro, but just the fact that Luffy performs more and more consistently fast feats. As the series progresses, specifically, it's a lot easier to comprehend as you go through the pre-time skip, since it's the easiest time to quantify One Piece speed scaling from anywhere between hypersonic due to the explosions from early East Blue all the way to the in-base speed feats that occur all the way through towards the end of post time skip. I know that some people have an issue with calc stacking just because it's like, well, what's to say that like all these things are increasing Luffy's speed equally? But the thing that I think that like you or anyone else would have to consider is that Luffy is consistently becoming faster and faster than his previous versions, right? So there's no way you can really argue that like Gear 4 Luffy from Dressrosa is any faster or stronger or even tougher than just base Luffy from Wano. And though I'm not as... Since most of the scaling that I do specifically goes from anywhere between Wano, even mostly Egghead back, since the meta is constantly changing as we're getting more and more chapters, so I just sort of, leave that for later. You can definitely always draw a specific baseline between different versions of Luffy at different points in time, right? So you can definitely make an argument that, like, base Luffy is stronger and faster than Skypiea Luffy, who's stronger and faster than East Blue Luffy, for example, right? But the issue with calc stacking is just that, like, okay, I get Luffy to, like, very high tiers of speed because Luffy would have to be faster than Gear 4 from his prior, just because of his ability to at least somewhat evade Kaido while he was hitting him with a Thunder Bagua at the start of the rooftop fight, right? So Luffy would have to be at the very least, as fast as whatever version of Gear 4th he was, at whatever speed you want to have Gear 4 from Dressrosa, right? And the calc stacking really only goes into two concepts, which is Gear 4 and Advanced Conqueror's Haki, since they are the only two forms of scaling for Luffy that you can necessarily get at least a quantifiable metric for, right? I have no way to actually quantify Gear 5, which is why I always say that, like, if I were to scale, let's say, Luffy versus Naruto, I would have to go off of Gear 4 Luffy and not Gear 5, specifically because Gear 4 at least has the several times statement. Gear 5 has nothing to do with that, right? But Advanced Conqueror's Haki has to be, at the very least, an equal amp, if not a greater amp than Gear 4, considering that Luffy performed much better against Kaido using his raw and weaker iteration of Advanced Conqueror's Haki than when he fought Kaido with Gear 4 alone on the rooftop. It's not really calc stacking at that point, because I'm really only using two forms of scaling just to really increase Luffy's speed, which both would be multiplicative. I actually had this conversation with somebody a while back, I think it was last week, during the weekend. I had a conversation with somebody specifically about this kind of topic, or he was saying that, like, what's to say that Haki as a whole is an additive instead of multiplicative? And the reason why we know that it's not additive and it's multiplicative is the fact that there are levels to Haki, which means that it can progressively get stronger. That might not per se mean that it's additive, but the fact that the biggest difference between Gear 4 and second Gear is that Luffy does have to imbue himself with an extreme amount of Haki in general. He has to essentially push his Haki to its limits, at least within those specific points in time. Luffy, the specific statement that it's several times, his power is increasing several times beyond its limit, means that it has to be an amplifier that is multiplicative. And considering that Advanced Conqueror's Haki is equal to, if not greater, it would either have to be an insane, and I really do mean like an insane additive amp, or it would simply just have to be a normal multiplicative amp. But that's neither here nor there. I think that's it in terms of like comments. But and as someone mentioned before, with like the Toriko, Dragon Ball, and One Piece collabs and the 3D2Y, they may not be canon, but it works all within the same concept of like even making like composite characters, or just using specific lines of scaling. For example, it's kind of like bringing up like, let's say like Naruto movies or One Piece movies to like add on to your scaling. You could just essentially add whatever line of scaling you want, even though it may not be entirely canon. But the thing that you just have to you have to still bring that up, right? You still have to be able to like, you know, call out and say like, okay, listen, the scaling that I'm about to provide, it's using a piece of information that is part of the One Piece overall canon. It's not part of the One Piece mainline continuity, right? Which would be 3D, which would not include 3D2Y or any of the movies. But you can still apply it, right? Like, there's no rule that says you can't use it. It's more so if you're going to debate with someone, or you're going to try to use or you're going to try to use any of that line of scaling, I feel like it is at least within, like, you know, I would say it's like fair use scaling. We can just call it like fair use scaling, or at least like I wouldn't say morally correct scaling, but like, let's just use fair use scaling as the term. You can just say like, you can always just give the caveat that like, yes, I am going to be using these specific continuities or different lines of scaling that may not be considered canon, but they do fall in within at least specific timelines worth of scale of the story. That's basically it, though.
Eon likes bees, by the way. I'm leaving.
That's you know, every time Six does some shit like that,
I swear.
Every time I do some shit like that, I'm like, yo, that mod symbol might just get revoked. Let me stop. Let me stop.
What a goober.
No, you're good. Whenever you're ready, Yul.
Yeah, okay. I've uploaded all of them. I will tag you where to start.
Okay.
So as many people have probably heard, there is the term outerversal. Outerversal has a lot of misconceptions about it, though.
Mm-hmm.
For example, a lot of people think outer just is made up. It actually delves into a lot of philosophy and math.
Mm-hmm.
And while we won't really get into the topic of Boundless, because that's even higher level philosophy, and my claim will not be going there.
Yeah.
I will be talking about High 1A Toriko and why it is actually relatively consistent, although most people consider it wank because they don't really like the series.
Yes, my favorite argument. It can't be that strong because I don't like it.
Unironically, if you go on Versus Battle Wiki and you look at the head admin, Antivisma, one of the series he does not like is Toriko.
Let's check out.
And there's a straight up rule in the Versus Battle discussion where it says series specific rules. It says do not talk about upgrading Toriko beyond galaxy level. Because blah 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 blah, it's not consistent. And I've had many arguments about this and why they're wrong. And to much of my chagrin, I've basically just had a nasty case of them saying, well, you might be right, but we're just not going to do anything about it.
So you know the meme where it's like one guy standing in front of like a group of people and he's like saying, yes, you're all wrong. It's like that.
Yeah,
right?
it really do be like that.
It really do be. Hey, listen. There are some hills that I'm sure everyone here in this chat, and you and myself, and just across the world, you know, everyone has at least something like this, right? Just a whole like, yes, you're all wrong moment or opinion or whatever. And you know what? I think that's completely fine, right? I actually opened up. I don't know if you have like the stream up, but I've actually opened up the Toriko page, just to see like a comparison between
mine
like,
was
where
alive,
they get it. Yeah, just to see like comparison between like where you're gonna get it and like where they are classifying it.
They have. Mm-hmm. Yeah, they have it at like, I think, what is it, star level or solar system level?
Yeah, they
massively faster than light, which is just so weird.
at least solar system level, and they have it at massively faster than light. Punch the Kasha across the world before you could react.
Yeah. Which there's reasons why being faster than light is actually immeasurable speed in Toriko and not just being faster than light.
That's fair.
So, as you may, I tagged you in debate scans.
Yes. Okay. So let me bring that up. Okay. You tagged me. Where you tagged me is where you want me to start reading, right?
Yeah, it is the very first one, but you'll find.
Oh, okay. Perfect. Okay, so let's.
There is a lot of stuff, and there's a lot of like yap and stuff. Anyway,
it's completely fine, man. Take your time.
Okay, so as we see, we actually get an explanation here of like Toriko's spiked nail punch, which he goes over. He says it hits several times in the same spot. The reactions in the series are hilarious to me.
Yeah, they are losing their shits. God damn.
Yeah. So we see that. That's just to get a like basic idea of how the nail punch works.
Right.
You can, once you're done looking at the nail punch, which I think has a double scan in it by mistake.
It says, here's the secret of the spiked punch. Strike 3 times simultaneously in the same spot. So he's essentially hitting something multiple times in the same instant. Okay.
Correct.
That takes some insane speed, honestly.
It does. Like immediately off rip, like, you know, you have arguments of, oh, well, at the same time. That's kind of fast.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's already extremely consistent, especially like if he's able to land, especially like multiple levels of nail punches all at the same time. I know that the anime specifically, and I'm being a little bit more vocal about this one only because I'm a bit more knowledgeable, at least about like Toriko, at least from what I remember. He's able, the anime did a different visualization of this, but it essentially showed like actual nails being shot, even though the concept of the attack is it's just a raw physical move. Okay.
Right. Now I actually misplaced that one, but the very next one is we see the meal fit for a king, which uses appetite energy, which appetite energy is used in all of their attacks, like from fork to poison spear to just all of them. But meal fit for a king is a special grade of appetite energy. So that's just to confirm that they use appetite energy. The next one goes over the fact that he does an infinite nail punch, which you can go into the third set there. He just does. It's the fourth scan. He hits him with this technique is my brand of mercy, infinite spiked punch. So he's already. Jonathan Joestar's in Goku's clothes. That is wild.
That is true, though. It kind of.
I'm not disagreeing. He's also got blue hair and pronouns. So what about it?
Yeah, he's just Super Saiyan Blue Jonathan Joestar. He didn't die to Dio. He just got lost like Zoro.
Hold on.
Okay. Let me read through some of the pages for everybody else just so they can get an idea. Okay, so even the savage beasts that lurked beneath their skin donned tuxedos, tied their napkins around their necks, and were perfect gentlemen as they concentrated on their meals. Such is the conduct of a top predator. At that moment together, they could truly be called the king of predators. The meal fit for a king. Okay, this was the meal fit for a king. Okay. They shoot out an attack, an energy-based attack that is attacking this, I'm gonna call it a nub. It looks like a nub. I don't know how to explain it. Yeah, that thing just has like, it just has like
final form, thumb.
Final four thumb. The meal fit for a king. It's made of our appetite energy. It's an energy that devours the opponent and grows as it enjoys the flavors. The attack doesn't end until it's eaten every bit. God damn, that's actually kind of fucking insane. So you're telling me like it just starts to eat you up and then it consistently gets stronger and stronger until it finishes its meal?
Yep.
Get it, four beasts? This isn't a fight, it's a meal. The moment this technique is complete, the fight is over. Eat or be eaten. That's wild animals settle. That's how wild animals settle things, and we're the predators. That is kind of raw. God damn, that's kind of raw. Don't worry, four beasts. Okay. Your death won't be wasteful. Your life and blood and muscles will be devoured by us humans. We won't waste an ounce of your flesh. Look, the green cloud, it's parting. That's why we give our thanks for your life. Right. And every one of them is clapping except for fucking, what's his face? Zebra. Okay. Revival, butcher knife, organ fruit. Please save Komatsu. Please. As for you, don't even think about interfering. What are you thinking, Toriko? You're gonna take us all on by yourself. If one person's killing everyone, it's gonna be me slaughtering you all. Come on into my mosquito net.
Immediately dies.
Yeah, immediately just erases his fucking goddamn upper body. What the fuck? God damn. Toriko! Holy shit! I'm gonna have to get back into this shit. God damn. So long, Shigematsu. You better fall on your knees and beg the president for forgiveness in the afterlife. That's crazy. This technique is my brand of mercy. Infinite spiked punch. The infinite Kugi punchy. And he blocks the attack. I won't let you get away with this, Tepe. Holy shit.
Right. So that's just establishing that he can, in fact, get off an infinite amount of those, which puts him well faster than the speed of light.
Yes.
Which is needed for some of this other stuff.
Okay.
We go into the next set, which we don't really need to worry too much about. Some of them, it was just coupled all together in the scan section that I had. It is mostly just the third piece, the third scan there, where it says another surpassed the speed of light and disappeared into the back channel. Right.
Okay. The creature that made a splashdown seeking another disappeared from this world in that split second, and the only one who knew where it had gone was the Whale King Moon. This one and only king of the sea. Actually, the Whale King himself, he didn't know where his own stomach was connected to. Okay.
Right. And then we have the next part where it's Toriko talking about interacting with the spirit world and the spirit world and back channel being synonymous. They are used interchangeably.
The back channel. So can you explain to us what the back channel is, please?
Right. That actually comes into one of the later parts, which is where did I? No, I didn't. Thank goodness. The back channel is the realm where all souls reside. There are a bunch of different versions of the back channel. People can generate back channels and more.
Okay.
But if you go down to the one that is labeled chapter 349, there is, they say, okay, we're going off into the spirit world. We can only take our appetites with us.
Okay.
And they talk about how there's no understanding. And the set of scans right beneath that is like the composite total of all of they've got no concept of space or time, not, all forms of concept that are not the soul and appetite are not allowed inside.
So it's able to...
Soul and appetite are considered one and the same.
Yeah, okay. So one's ability to have like an appetite is essentially the same thing as having a soul, right?
Correct.
Okay.
And the appetite is the soul. And no other concept can enter the spirit world, so they're beneath.
Yeah. So anything in terms of like physical structures is essentially on a lower plane than like the appetite itself.
Correct. And then you have which is the one right below the back channel piece, which is the fact that the nitros and trolls and various other gourmet demons are literally stated to be a physical form of appetite.
Okay.
So they are just...
Which page is that?
That is the chapter 323, page 8. That's the first, and I believe the... let's see. Yeah, we are in...
Okay.
Yeah.
We are monster trolls born from gourmet cells. It is said that Akasha gave us the name Nitro. Either it was abbreviated name for two trolls, or it was because we are trolls that walk on two legs. Even we do not know the origins of the name. But that's for sure. But what's for sure is that we are the embodiment of the gourmet cell's appetite. You are monsters born from gourmet cells. Okay, well, that's got to be insane then.
Yeah. And then if you go one more scan over, the second one, Toriko talks about his inner demons, saying the monsters inside of us. The Nitro there says, yes, you also harbor them, appetite beasts known as ogres or demons. So that does confirm that they are all part of the same piece, if you will.
Yeah. In other words, there are two types of us. There are two types inside of us too, both red and blue. That I do not know. We don't even know if they really are only two different kinds of Nitro. If the red Nitro are slaves of the blue Nitro, then what exactly were the blue Nitro after when they started to cook the earth? To eat it, right? They were the embodiment of appetite after all. Yes, we too thought there could be no other reason. Wait, there's another reason? In order to fulfill the conditions for capturing the pair seed, one would have to eat another with a gourmet cell demon close to the level of one's own. But one time, a blue Nitro who failed to fulfill that was discovered by Akasha. At that time, Akasha had inhaled the sun's Toriko's pollen and was near death. In order to refuel each other's energy, they ate part of each other. And that's how Akasha and the blue Nitro pair met. Okay.
Yep. And then the next set just goes over, it's a confirmation that gourmet cell demons never eat fellow gourmet cell demons. The demons are physical manifestations of appetite. In a way, they are 100% pure gourmet cells.
Right.
Were a Nitro to prey on another Nitro, both their gourmet cell appetites would be so strong that the cells would be unable to digest and they'd explode. Kind of like devil fruits, right?
Yeah.
However, there are sometimes cells that are too strong and can consume other cells.
Okay.
After that, we look at this part where Joey, the Dark Chef, talks about how gourmet memories and gourmet cells are all like tied together. And it'll take us to, let's see, where is this? Actually, that. Gourmet energy, which is also subsequently translated as appetite energy or the energy of appetite.
Yeah.
They explained that this caused the Big Bang, the birth of appetite, basically the creation of literally everything. And as we've already previously established, that includes the soul. The soul is the pure appetite. The pure appetite sits without any other concepts being able to affect it.
Right. Okay.
Right. So we have them going into the spirit world where we've already established this.
Yeah.
We've got all that other stuff where it's like, hey, this is a place for consciousness. It's just a bunch of reaffirming the same thing. That it's like, you can only bring your appetite. This is the only thing that's allowed in. Appetite can't be affected by any form of concept. Then we get to this next set, which is 358 page. Messed up the page. Writing the word page. That upsets me. Anyway.
It's all good, man.
No, so we go over the fact that Neo, a demon, actually says, hey, when he eats something, their gourmet energy.
Okay.
By the way, gourmet energy does not vanish nor change. It is eternal. This is why they can essentially just endlessly, at a low godly rate, regenerate themselves.
Right.
But when
it's kind of like matter, you can't create or destroy it. It just is, and they can regenerate. Yeah.
The cells that Neo eats are just completely eradicated, so they are removed from the reincarnation cycle, which means that is affecting the soul.
Okay.
So we have that. Then the next piece, chapter 364 here, we go down to the very last piece. We see Don Slime, who previously blew up a bunch of other food spirits in the so to establish, guys, piece, he like jumps out, blows up a bunch of gourmet demons, and then we see that he gets eaten by Neo.
Okay.
Chapter 392, we see Toriko punching the ever-loving shit out of Neo Acacia.
Okay.
Or also some people call this grotesque god, Neo Acacia.
Okay.
And he is doing significant damage. The very last piece, though, Toriko has his white demon manifest for a second, and Neo cells that are stated to erase the soul now are yielding to this white demon.
The white demons has like some like it's the one that has like 3 weird protrusions going up to its mouth, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's the white demon.
And with one finger just pops him like his head.
Oh shit.
Yeah. After that, Neo was spitting out ingredients, and you see the entirety of. It is stated to be he created an infinite number of galaxies, an unfathomable flow of ingredients. We actually see that among those ingredients, the blue nitro the blue and red nitros that he has ate are being released back into the world.
Okay.
So, and as we see, Toriko is standing over him and gets him to admit defeat by feeding him food.
Okay. Let's all eat together after all those hundreds of millions of years of always having taken from him. This was the first time anyone had ever shared food with him. Okay.
Right.
Okay. So, just to like write up your points.
Yep.
Just to like write them down. Okay. So, gourmet cells and appetite stem from gourmet cells and energy stem from appetite. And appetite is essentially, and the appetite is the soul.
Right. And the soul, as we see, is not affected by any concept other than itself, as time, space, and all other things kind of just don't do anything.
Any concept that isn't appetite itself. Appetite. Including time, space, etc. Time, space, etc. Toriko.
And the other piece I wanted to bring up real quick. We see that the fish that slips into the back channel has to move faster than light. And we know that Toriko moves well above the speed of light.
Yeah, so, since he has to be faster than the fish.
Yes, and because before he even fought the fish, he was doing infinite nail punches.
He can release infinite nail punches. You said that the fish swimming to the back channel. Back channel is stated to move faster than light speed,
which ends up making it immeasurable or irrelevant speeds, depending on who you talk to.
Making him potentially immeasurable. Yeah, potentially immeasurable. Okay, perfect. There was a lot there. Sorry, I was trying to follow along with all of it, so it's kind of hard to like get everything out at once. Toriko is capable. Oh wait, no. What was it? Neo Acacia ate so much food. Neo Acacia.
Yeah.
Acacia released so much food that he created an infinite number of galaxies and ingredients. Holy shit, that's kind of insane. Anything else am I missing?
The only other thing I would say you are like missing is that like demons and Nitro are living appetites, and Neo Acacia killed many demons and many Nitro, and Toriko beat them out of him.
Kasha, 8 millions of them, right?
Yeah, we literally have no idea how many.
Oh, 8.
We just
unquantifiable number. I'm just gonna write an unquantifiable number.
we do know that, like I said, he at least ate Dawn Slime, and Dawn Slime blasted a innumerable amount of them back into the spirit world.
Number of Nitro into the spirit.
Not Nitro, that was demons.
Oh, demons.
Sorry.
My bad.
You're
demons. Demons into the spirit world. And there was one more thing. It was what was it? What was that? You said there was one of them that he it was when you said one of them food cells, or no, it was food energy cannot be erased nor destroyed. They can regenerate.
Right.
Yeah. Gourmet energy cannot be destroyed. And
there's some other stuff that basically describes it as an immutable truth.
Right.
So there be that.
Over time, described as an immutable truth.
Right.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so everyone, if you guys have been following, thank you so much, by the way, you over.
Of course.
Is there anything else you want to add?
No. But if anyone is interested in like scaling Toriko, I strongly suggest reading it for fun first, and then going back and scaling it, because there are 5 to 10 feats per chapter, and I might be missing the average there by about 4.
Fair enough. The real question is, who wins the eating contest? Toriko, Goku? Like Toriko. I love
Toriko.
Goku. I love
Come
Goku.
on.
You're gonna tell me
dude.
that the guy from the
can
food
literally
series,
the guy who's literally, his theme song says, "Boil the drink the oceans."
Honestly, Toriko for eating, mostly since the verse is about, that's what the verse is about. Luffy competes simply because of the devil fruit gives him the capacity. I don't even think the devil fruit gives Luffy the capacity. Check the, oh, you made a super chat? Oh, okay. Hey, Lapis, thank you so much for the 5. Toriko caps at galaxy level. Yule and Fortnite bullets have infinite speed. Damn, only galaxy level Yule? That's crazy. Toriko gets curb stomped by Ichigo? Insane.
Well, I didn't realize Ichigo had galaxy level scaling. Could have been me.
Probably. I don't know, man. I'm gonna have to figure that out myself. No, thank you so much. I remember really enjoying Toriko when I was younger. I just remember I got off of it just because I was like really disappointed by the fucking ending for the anime. They definitely gotta bring it back. They definitely do.
No, they really should. And Dio, no, Toriko never got a sequel, which it got rushed towards the end because it wasn't. They were trying too hard to make it like part of the big 3, and it's like no one wanted it as part of the big 3. Everyone kind of just liked it as its own thing, and Shimabukuro even points out that he got rushed. It's kind of like it was out of his hands. He got rushed, and he got like several yearly extensions. The Human World arc covers 263 chapters, and is actually probably, and I mean this genuinely, it's probably about 200 chapters short.
Really? Yeah, I was noticing with the chapter count, it felt like, because I remember Toriko having plenty of a plenty large episode count, but to see like only like a couple of 100 chapters really felt, because I remember the story was like very, it was, I don't want to say like, the story felt like it was very dense. You know what I mean? Like there was a lot happening.
Yeah, that was the issue. He was trying to put out what he wanted, and then his editors regularly told him, "Don't do that." Like regularly.
Yeah.
There's also some other censorship and some stuff involving his arrest and some other things, which like we could talk about after stream because it gets
crazy.
Yeah, it's genuinely like a tragedy, and it's one of those things of like this is just kind of like society kicking somebody's really good idea right in the butt repeatedly and saying, you got it out, now stop breathing, please.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you. Toriko, at least I remember, as much as I enjoyed it, it definitely, it definitely was one of those like unfortunate series where like it just it just felt like in a lot of ways the people behind it, not so much like the author, but the people that like like were trying to air it out, it felt like they were almost actively trying to like work against it. You know what I mean?
And that's the thing, because so this actually, not to get overly deep into this, the author is an American-born Okinawan.
Oh, really?
Like he has family that lives here in the U.S. and then he's a dual citizenship.
Okay.
That's how he was able to get there and work. I don't know if y'all are like super familiar, but there is a lot of stuff with like the Ainu and the Okinawans where, because they're not considered the standard Japanese person, and they're their own ethnic class, there's a lot of tension.
Yeah. Really?
Which is just uber unfortunate.
Yeah, that sounds like, man, if Toriko maybe would have come out like, I don't know, 15 years after, I feel like it would have been given much of an. I feel like it would have given it a better shot.
I feel like if he got a chance to do it today,
yeah,
like I have met the author in person, and he
really?
specifically said like I seem to understand Toriko. Like he spoke. I know this will sound really bad, but like I didn't know it at the time that he was a dual citizen.
Really?
Okay. Yeah, because I just met him like a few months after he had like closed up Toriko the series, and I didn't really know much because I'd been reading it weekly up to that point. And he said again that I seem to understand the story, and that it's wonderful that there are even though the story did not get as far as he wanted, there are people who see what it was supposed to be and appreciate for what it was supposed to be and what it should have been rather than what happened.
Right.
So,
man, I definitely would love to see this series, like even just get like a new adaptation. You know what I mean?
No, and I'm right there with you. There's a lot of individuals like they poke the bear to see if there's interest in a new Toriko series.
Right. I think we just gotta get like more word out. I think, you know what? I'm definitely interested in it, and seeing that like the series actually doesn't have as many chapters as I originally thought. I'm probably gonna spend my time while I'm out with family. I'm probably gonna spend my time actually giving it an honest look. It's only like 396 chapters. I can probably give it a quick read through whenever I have time while when I'm like on vacation with my family. I might actually come back and like give this series some actual scaling support, because real talk, the art style, I'll be honest, one of the things that like kind of like also threw me off when I was like looking back into it was that like the massive change, not the change in art style, but like Toriko almost looking younger. You know what I mean? From like especially moving on to the post time skip, like that slight change in art style.
Yeah, no, I completely understand, because oh man, there was a slight change. Red hair Halo Jeffs.
Yeah. I was just waiting for you to finish before I called it out.
No. Go ahead. I want to hear this.
Halo Jeff, thank you so much for the 5. Toriko was fire, great lore and everything. But last question: do you guys think the One Piece verse will come back to being the strongest of the big three again? It kind of just depends on like. Here's the thing. So, with a series that is still constantly receiving new chapters, I feel like a series like One Piece, it kind of just depends on how you choose to interpret specific statements and stuff from Bleach, because Bleach is really just the outlier. Like, I'm just gonna be straight up honest. At least in for my opinion, I know that a lot of people usually say that like I downplay the Naruto verse. That's just because I don't really buy into the whole like higher tiers of Naruto scaling, mostly because you really have to like just take a lot of data book statements into question. I actually really do think that Naruto and One Piece as of now are actually pretty similar in terms of power. It's just that like One Piece is just way fucking faster. Now, Bleach has commonly been considered like the biggest outlier of the three, only because like for the most part, again, with the concept of Shinigami, Death Gods, and then with, like, these quote-unquote higher tiers of dimensions that exist within the concept of Bleach, or at least the way that they're described by many people, or at least interpreted, One Piece is going to have to get some insane scaling. I'm just going to be honest with you, Jeff. 100% One Piece is just going to need some insane scaling, especially within, like, the last 2 or 3 arcs. Like, whatever the fuck Imu can do, it's going to have to be absolutely insane. Like, tear the fabric of space and time itself. It's probably going to have to be, like, something around that tier of power. Or probably something along the lines of, like, shaking the entire planet itself. You know what I mean? Something that can, scale the verse beyond a point where, not only can you not argue against it, even, like, on a low ball, or even on a high ball, honestly, but is something that, like, just in general is hex-based enough that it can give One Piece the opportunity, or at least the recognition that, like, hey, listen, this verse is not island level. But that's sort of at least my take on that.
Anyway, I will leave you to it. Thank you for having us.
Oh,
no comment about invisible food or beans. I apologies that the other mods.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I find it funny, if anything. I just like that, like the channel, like even if it's like I don't mind the jokes like that, especially like at my own expense, because like honestly, it's nothing crazy. It's just like the concept of beans and invisible food pissed me off. But yeah, no, always feel free to like joke about that stuff. I don't actually really take any of it to like heart.
Oh, I'm aware. I just understand that, you know, sometimes it's really hard to like understand that sort of thing.
Oh, 100%.
You know, like why Baki's peak. Anyway, Baki.
Fuck you! Fuck you! Oh god! Oh god! Oh, okay. You know what's crazy? I was speaking to a friend of mine, and I showed her like the Baki invisible food video, and she was just sitting there thinking like, this is. I honestly don't get what the fuck the series is about. And a friend of ours ended up actually trying to explain to her like what Baki was about, like in a serious conversation and everything. And I'm just in the background like, I'm just in the background like, yeah, no, but he did all that for invisible food. He was like, no, but like you're not understanding like the message of it. And I was like, yeah, the message is that this motherfucker spent the last like 4, 5, 15 fucking years of his goddamn life busting his ass just for his father to feed him fucking air. That's not peak writing. That's ass. It's like Oda, like that to me is like, and mind you, I don't even keep track of Baki, but I'm not about to go into a whole fucking rant about Baki. I'm not even, no, but I'm gonna finish this. And to me personally, that's like if Oda said that the One Piece was the treasure we made along the way. It's nothing. There's no, like, yeah, you could maybe make some bullshit argument that there's some significant value in it, and it was the journey, not the destination, and all this, no, fuck all of that. Fucking invisible food. You beat the strongest guy in the world, a guy that is implied to at least beat nukes, and what your reward is fucking air? Nah, bullshit. On my great grandmother, bull fucking shit. But that's neither here nor there. All right, let's get now that rant aside. That's just a little rant for all of you. Fuck this shit. God, like, oh god, that actually kind of pissed me off. That ad actually kind of pissed me off. Anyway, so okay. Just to go over it one more time before I put up the poll, let's go over all of the until Aizen SS or Espadas are introduced. Aizen SS. Wasn't it about making his father capitulate to being an actual dad, which here comes out as him making food. But he didn't make actual food. He didn't make jack shit. He just gave him fucking air, bruh. I think Bleach is closer to Demon Slayer than Naruto. Take away hyperbolic language and it's not as impressive in terms of feat. Okay. Soul Society Aizen. Okay, got you, no test. Okay, I probably wouldn't. I mean, I probably wouldn't try to argue that, but hey, listen, if you've got the argument for it, I'm down to listen. How much Toriko food do you think Dragon Ball characters can eat before they give up or throw up from overeating? That's a fair question. I haven't seen it in years, so that's definitely a better question for Yule. I think that Goku could at least get through like. If we were to go by, like, courses of meals, going by, like, the number of plates that Goku can eat, Goku eating, Let me just see something real quick. Let me just see something real quick. How many plates of food does Goku stacks of plates? Yeah, this is like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 plates, 6. Goku can like on average eat like what, like 10, 15 plates of food. So that's at least, if a regular plate of food, let's just say like at least one of these bowls is an entire course meal. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Like, I would argue that Goku might be able to, like, get through at least, what, a 20-course meal? No issues. I would probably say that, like, around maybe, like, 25 to 30 is around the time where he would slow down. Luffy, I would honestly say that, like, Luffy is probably around, like, the same, like, 30 to 40 courses of meals. I would probably argue that Luffy's, just because of the fact that he can expand himself way more, can actually eat quite a bit more than Goku. At least, like, quite a bit would probably be, like, a couple of more dishes than Goku. But yeah, I don't think they just straight up beat out Toriko. I just don't think so. They're going to be suing the bathroom for a while after eating the cooking of the Toriko universe. Even the gods of destruction. SpongeBob eats invisible fools. He calls it filter feeding. Look how cracked he is. SpongeBob is a fucking Alright. SpongeBob has fucking Toon Force, bro. Also, I blame Aizen and his 2D not being able to affect 3D. Dude sucked his own dong so hard and gaslit people into thinking he was a giga powerful. That is... okay, the anime awards aren't biased. They just need to change it from 90% public to 10 with 10% judges to the opposite. I think they should... Wait, isn't it the opposite? Isn't like a 90% judges, 10% public? Goku can pull off what Luffy did against Cracker. That is true. Yeah, no, Goku can't eat for like 10 hours straight. That is 100% true. Okay, so let's just go over each of their arguments. If you guys weren't here before, we're about to do a poll. So this is for what the most comprehensive argument is for each and every one of them, and we'll go by them based on how many votes each get. So, with starting with 6, star level One Piece. The evidence was Whitebeard's 3 planetary statements, Ace's statement where his flame commandment is called a star in the Vivre card, Blackbeard's infinite gravity statement plus the black hole beating the Dai Enkai Entei, which is the flame commandment, which was described to be like a star, and Kuzon's calcs freezing Marineford and Long Ring Long, which could be considered him in an instant freezing an entire, or in this case, multiple oceans worth of water. That it was also described as almost like freezing an entire continent, right? He essentially made a continent of ice so that he can walk across. Lapis and 6 had a second line of scaling titled Low Complex Multi Black Clover. So for Low Complex Multi Black Clover, I think we've already gone with this over a channel before, but the evidence goes as such. Lilith and Nometh, 2 of the higher tier devils, can freeze and burn light and shadow, making them 5D by the Kaluza-Klein theory, essentially saying that the concept of light itself is works on a higher dimensional tier in terms of like 5D, due to the way like the photons work. Lumiere and Licht had a battle that transcended space and time. Zagrid, one of the more shitty devils, said that he was from another dimension, which could be interpreted as another world, but if taken hyper literally, it meant that he is like an entire dimension above them, or in this case, he would be a dimension. He would be like compared to them, a being from a completely separate dimension. The Qliphotth tree is similar to our concept of the Tree of Qliphotth, which is a 5D concept, since each of the roots of the Qliphotth essentially hold universes within them, and Yami and Vengeance magics totaling the capability to open this hole that essentially allows them to link the world with the Tree of Qliphotth, essentially means that like their magical power, at least the concepts of their magic, essentially surpass the concept of the universe itself. Lucifero absorbed the Tree of the Qliphotth, and Asta one-shot him, thereby making him 5D as well. When Asta fought him with a perfect devil union, he was able to split Lucifero clean through in half, which would mean that Asta would have to be as powerful, if not stronger than Lucifero, who again absorbed the Tree of Qliphotth. Dorothy, one of the Magic Knight captains, previously throughout the series, unconsciously created a world called the Glam World that is stated to be infinite in size and scope. Dante is infinitely stronger than Yami, who split the Glam World. It was either Dante or Yami that stated that Dante was infinitely stronger than Yami. So this would be a direct statement. And then Dorothy isn't strong enough to contain a devil inside her glam world. As she said, she wanted to become strong enough to be capable of performing such a feat. Lapis. Moving on to Lapis. His own solo Wankathon scaling was low to mid multi Skylanders 2C to 2B. The evidence for this was that Chaos, one of the I think it was the first villain of the series, later on one of the later games, is stated to have limitless power due to obtaining Traptanium and can charge himself up even more with more Traptanium. Snapshot, one of the Traptanium masters, and any other Trap Master have uni levels of power since they also have Traptanium, which would also grant them infinite power. Trigger Happy, being one of the original Skylanders, actually has a potentially higher damage values than even Snapshot. Remember that we're going by in-game values, right? So whatever damage that Trigger Happy can perform, if it's greater than someone like Snapshot, who does have Traptanium, then that would mean that Trigger Happy and anyone who scales as powerful as Trigger Happy would also have to have a beyond infinite power. The Chompies, which is one of the weakest enemies in Skylanders, cannot be one-shot by certain Skylanders, including some of the Trap Masters, which again, if they have Traptanium, would mean that they would also have infinite attack potency. And any attack that does more than 1 damage to any Skylanders can be considered multiversal, since if it's able to even deal 1 damage to them, it means it would have to be at the very least universal forces of power, and to deal more damage than that would mean it would have to be multiversal. So anyway, 2, 3, 4 would be that many more times the power to, like, let's say, have limitless power. It would be that many times limitless power, so to speak. There's also the concept of portals, which was one of the first statements in the game, in one of the scrolls, and the portals are capable of sending Skylanders across different points in space and time, as Lapis mentioned. It was, I think, the Traptanium game, where they were actually over 10,000 years ahead in the future. And Chaos can rip objects from our world, while under the influence of Traptanium, he can rip objects from our world into their verse to attack the Skylanders with it. Since we are technically of a higher dimension than them, considering we are, real world humans and we can affect them, this would actually put Chaos on a higher conceptual plane to the other Skylander characters, but they can defeat him, so we'll put him up there with him. And finally, for Ulvric. For Ulvric, he has high 1A Toriko, which is super duper strong. I actually don't know what high 1A, let me just look up what high 1A is real quick. High 1A power scaling. Oh, outer versal, right. It essentially means that he is outer versal, that Toriko and the others, or at least Toriko in this case, is high outer versal. Gourmet cells and energy, which are part of the power system, stem from the appetite, and the appetite is the soul. The only thing that can enter the spirit world, as Yul explained, are the only things that can enter the spirit world, as Yul explained, are just the soul and the appetite. The appetite isn't affected by any concepts that isn't the appetite itself, including time and space, etc. Toriko can release nail punches simultaneously, and he can release infinite nail punches. To be able to release a nail punch, including at the start of the series, as we read before with one of the statements, Toriko is essentially able to let out multiple punches, all at the same, and they all land simultaneously, each of them having a different impact, a different, time lag impact. Toriko's able to perform essentially simultaneous punches, which is an extremely impressive speed feat in and of itself, but then he's also able to release them at an infinite rate with his infinite nail punch, which never seems to stop doing damage, which means infinite damage, therefore meaning universal at bare minimum. The fish swinging back, there was a special fish that was swinging back to the back channel. The back channel is essentially their concept of, I think, the afterlife, and it is stated to move at faster than light speeds, and Toriko is faster than the fish, potentially making his speed immeasurable. Neo Akasha, from what I can gather, it was the final enemy of the series, the final boss, released so much food after Toriko essentially punched it out of him, that he created an infinite number of galaxies and ingredients as stated verbatim in the manga. Demons and Nitro are living appetites, and Neo Akasha ate an unquantifiable number of them. He ate Don Slime, who blasted an innumerable number of demons into the spirit world, and for context, Toriko and his friends' inner gourmet demons are also capable capable of essentially creating a force that eats away at its enemies, relentlessly becoming stronger the more it enjoys the flavors of wherever it's eating, until it has completely consumed whatever it is attacking. Gourmet energy cannot be destroyed, and certain enemies can actually regenerate from them over time, described as an immutable truth. In other words, it's essentially like a truth of this universe that this gourmet energy cannot be destroyed. We're gonna put up the poll now for you guys. Whichever one of these you guys felt was the most comprehensive, it had the most evidence, it was the most consistent within the line of scaling that everyone tried to perform, you guys are more than welcome to do it. This would also be a good exercise, so that way, in case, whichever one gets a lower count, we can try to work our way towards actually developing or trying to make any of these lines of scaling more comprehensive. You guys can take your time to put up the polls. If you are just joining back, you are more than welcome to just go back, like, let's say 5, 10, like a couple of minutes, like I'd say like 5, 6 minutes, so that you can hear the entire explanation before you actually end up voting. Luffy ate 10K's worth of candy all by himself in Fishman Islands. That is also true. Demon Slayer winning the best continuing series and best animation is crazy. Luffy could actually eat something and say he's full, and then someone else said meat. His body went normal in a millisecond. Toon Force since day one. I don't like how there is a little struggling fights in Black Clover universe. The power cliffing just gets very, very dumb, and how much stronger us and the others get in the span of a few minutes. Now remember, when you're voting, this isn't about who you agree or disagree with. It's more so about which of these arguments was which of these arguments was essentially the most consistent with not only its feats, its statements, but it also has like the most well-rounded out argument. To be a comprehensive argument essentially means to provide the most well-rounded about argument. It could, if you feel like any of these arguments have a certain level of narrative, a certain level of feats and statements that are applied, or whichever of these you feel like has the most narrative, the most feats, the most statements applied, that's another metric by which you guys can vote. Just take your time with it. Don't go... Oh, you like Outerversal Toriko because that's the only one you saw? That's completely fine. I feel like I took at least enough notes to give you guys a good idea without having to like go through all of it again. Yeah, no, the Toriko one, I really did enjoy the Toriko one, and I really did like the Black Clover, the multi-Black Clover one. It actually is very interesting to see like how quickly how powerful an author can write a verse through its scaling, or at least through its wording. I know that Black Clover actually ended up reaching light speed very early on into the series just by having a light magic user like Licht. Let's see. So fair, it's LCM, Black Clover for me personally. Honest, I think One Piece verse is kind of Toon Force by nature. 90% of the verse are stupidity, cartoony, and their expressions are wacky to prove it. I don't really think that like One Piece is like mostly Toon Force. I just think that like it just doesn't take itself as seriously. A series that doesn't particularly take itself as seriously doesn't necessarily mean that like it is or isn't Toon Force. More so, I feel like it's just Oda trying to have fun with his own series, if that makes sense. I need more Green Bull screen time. I'm gonna be honest with you. I get like the dislike for someone like Green Bull, but I'm not gonna lie. His powers are quite interesting. I definitely love to see him actually get into like a serious fight. With somebody that like actually like pushes him back and like he's not just running away from him. I don't understand the Flame Commandment one. I wasn't there when you explained it. Is his move as hot as a star, or is it as expansive as a star? So the Flame Commandment. I know you added 6 for it, but the Flame Commandment statement essentially boils down to a Vivre card statement saying that he's creating a star. Ares essentially just boils down to him creating a star. Pint it is here made a video criticizing why Solo Leveling's power system is bad, called How Solo Leveling's premise destroys its writing. It's very profound and constructive when you see it. Okay, that makes sense. If you guys have any videos, I remember I actually wrote down 2 videos that you guys wanted me to check over. I'm gonna put them in YouTube right now. We can check them out as you guys vote, and we'll end it off right there. Okay, you can race me but only if you let me win. By the way, I'm definitely interested in getting Mario Kart World. I played it with my friend over the weekend. I played with Michael over the weekend. He ended up getting the Switch too. I was really surprised. The game has a lot of like depth to it. It definitely seems to have like a separating like high skill ceiling that I would definitely want to give it a try again. 8 Deluxe just felt too. Sorry to say this for anybody that might like it, but too like brain dead for me at times. It was like there's only so much you can do in that game that actually makes it interesting, and like hopping over some grass was just not that intriguing. But it was like 907. Oh yeah, I put chapter check out 907. Luffy versus Naruto, long takes, and Admirals versus the Jinchuriki. So we'll do Admirals versus Jinchuriki. Jinchuriki. And if anyone has any ideas about, and if anyone has like any, could the Admirals hunt the Jinchuriki? Why the Admirals versus Jinchuriki is in close? It was this one, right? Yonko versus Admirals is finally being answered. No, it's not that one. I think I've already seen this one. We'll check out this one.
They come
We'll check out this one.
from 2 different worlds, but they were made for the same
Toriko beats
purpose.
Skylanders? That's crazy.
War. In Naruto, the Biju weren't born evil. They were born powerful.
Once again, guys, it's not about like which one you see like being more reasonable, more so which pair or which person made the best overall argument for their scaling, okay? The Admirals are so well versed in taking down monsters. They got disaster devil fruits that cause massive damage. I feel like one could make an argument that the Knight from Hollow Knight could have light speed scaling, or at least reaction time due to dodging light attacks or light beams from both variants of Crystal Guardians and the Radiants. Side note, screw the Pantheon of Hollow Nest. I've always wanted to play Hollow Knight. I think I actually ended up getting it for, I think it was either the Switch or the PS4. I don't remember. It's not worth $80. It's not worth $80. It's really not worth $80. Now, my thing is that, like, yes, Mario Kart is not worth $80, and I don't ever want to actually go out of my way to spend a full $80 for it. I don't know if I'll ever get, like, my thing is that, like, okay, we can have this discussion at another time, but essentially, I'm coming down more and more to the realization that, like, but not even the realization, it's just the static state of affairs that it is, which is that, like, listen, the Switch 2 is not per se a bad console. My issue with just the Switch 2 as a whole is just Nintendo's policies and some of the anti-consumer tactics that they've tried to employ. Now, they at least offered quite a few things with the Switch 2, or in terms of like the GameCube stuff, that I can at least say for myself. You know, I've already got like the Nintendo Switch Online from like a family thing that I got like years ago, so I wouldn't like necessarily get it off with nothing, but man, it just really sucks that like you have to get it as a bundle, because I'm just not personally going to purchase the game for $80. I don't think I could do that. I don't know if I could get the Switch 2 at least for a while, not even monetarily speaking, but just because like there's just things about it that I just don't want to support. And my only real big caveat is just whether or not, like, what is the cutoff date for the bundle? Because if it's not with that, it's at that point somebody's gonna have to like fucking gift me the game, because I'm definitely not paying for it. But yeah, it is so it's like a hypnotizing style. I just type it. I mean, you really don't.
Cut from the body of a god, scattered across the land, and treated like curses rather than creatures.
Okay.
Every village turned them into weapons. Living nuclear bombs sealed inside of hosts, paraded around as deterrents under the watch of the Kage. Their existence alone was enough to force peace or escalate conflict. Now shift to One Piece, where the world government hides behind the word justice. The admirals, polished, terrifying, and loyal, are the Navy's final answer to any threat. Just like the Biju, they're rarely sent to protect. They're sent to remind the world who's in charge. The Biju serve the villagers, the admirals, the celestial dragons. Both are pawns for a system that claims to want peace, despite thriving on fear and war. So what happens when those systems collide? Well, in today's video, that's exactly what
Somebody
we'll
had
find
mentioned,
out.
could the admirals hunt the Biju?
So the
I'm just
first
checking
thing
it
I
out.
want to start out with in this discussion is basically just going over why the power of the Biju in the Nine Tails is vastly overrated. To begin with, most people base the Biju's AP off of a singular calc made by Webcam Parrot, which has the result of the explosion caused by the Nine Tails and Eight Tails at Multicontinental. However, what a lot of people who reference this calc don't realize is that the reason the result was so high is simply because Parrot used the curvature of the Earth to determine the explosion size, which is basically just backscaling from the size of the planet and saying that blast took up at least like 10% of the world's volume / diameter, which I don't know if I should have to tell you this, but that's completely fucking retarded. The blast was nowhere near the size of the actual planet, so I don't know why people would even think that or assume that when creating their calcs.
I don't know if I would have said.
I've also seen some other calcs for Bijou Bomb feats that range anywhere from country to continental level, depending on which you use.
Okay.
When it comes to these calcs, they're also flawed. Not because they're
really cool
using the curvature of the Earth, like in Webcam Parrot's calc, but simply because they're scaling the size of craters and explosions based off inaccurate pixel measurements,
very harsh words. That's what
saying
I'm saying.
things like the Eight Tails is 60 meters tall.
That's what I'm saying, man.
Therefore, the crater he created was 2,000 meters.
I feel like he could have at least like bleeped out that part, right? Like, I like no hate to that, but like I feel like they could have at least like, well, kind of some hate to that, but like I feel like you could have
diameter. Things like that. It's a lot
they're
of
the
math,
72
yap,
times
yap.
FTL
But
person?
essentially,
That's
the
what Webcam
huge
Parrot is?
problem with a lot of these Naruto calcs is just that they assume size to be absolutely fucking bananas and very inconsistent with canon measurements we've been given by Kishimoto.
Yeah, canon measurements.
With that
in the
said, if
series
you take like accurate pixel measurements
hey,
into
what's up,
account,
Easy?
which would usually involve basing the crater size off
we don't
of
discriminate. That's true.
the Bijuu's
100%.
height
All the
and
hate to it,
scaling the
100%.
Bijuu's height relative to someone like Gambunto,
Who's a
who's
good Star
stated
Wars
to have a
scaler
canon height of
YouTuber?
17 meters.
If you want some Star Wars scaling, Aries, six from Tokyo. I would. He's one of the YouTubers that I personally watch in terms of scaling. I only really watch like 2 or 3. Him and Swag mostly. But Swag hasn't uploaded in a hot minute. But yeah, no, mostly just 6. I would recommend. He's not bad. He definitely did. He's not like a Star Wars scaler per se. I would say. Well, he does do, but he has at least some videos. He has like at least a video going into. He has at least like a video going into Obito versus. I think it was either him doing Obito versus fucking Darth Vader, or that might have been Death Battle. I don't remember, but he definitely did a video with like Darth Vader or Luke Skywalker, something like that.
Then we get more accurate results for the Bijou bombs that are around large mountain to island level, depending on whether you think the blasts are polarization.
So I've been saying this for like a while now, for like the last been's up for 12 minutes. You gonna close it? Yeah, I was just trying to see if everybody had voted. We have 27 concurrent viewers and only... Yeah, we have like 26 viewers right now. We can definitely close it. And I want to say, congratulations, 6. Hey, 6, congratulations, man. So, for the Wankathon, 6 is our current winner with the most comprehensive argument, as stated by chat, with star level One Piece, followed by Yule's high 1A Toriko, 35 with a 35% of the votes. Black Clover, low complex multi Black Clover is at 17%, and then low to mid multi Skylanders at 5%. Better luck next time, Lapis. This was really this was fun. I think I definitely did enjoy this time with you guys. It was really. I hope that you guys also enjoyed. Hey, second with a harder topic, I'll take it. Yeah, true. This is definitely something that we can do every couple of months. And I'll definitely throw in some of my own scaling into this later on, at least for the next one. I'll definitely throw in my own hat into the ring for this. But yeah, no, this was definitely fun. I hope that you guys enjoyed, by the way, the wanked scaling for any of this. Poopy, I was stored it again. It's all good, man. You'll definitely have it next time. Oh yeah, and I wanted to say something about the Conan and Obito paper bomb thing some other time. You can type it in right now, and if you want to just say it personally, whenever we hang out to play, we'll to play some PS5 games. We'll check it out. So I've been saying this for a while now, but like, yeah, like, you have to kind of go by... This is what you get for calling Toriko Galaxy level. I'm crying. You kind of have to go by the concept or idea that, like, the calc scaling for the Bijou bombs is essentially up upscaled the actual like attack potency of these attacks beyond just being like a mountain to maybe mountain range level of attack potency. Sabo equals star level. Sabo funds up. That's it. It's a lot for me to type with how slow I type. Oh, it's all right then. IMAXed. Don't worry about it then.
Or
You just tell me about it
vaporization,
personally.
which you could argue till you're blue in the face. I just wanted to mention either or. So for the Biju's power, even including Kurama, who is 5 times stronger than the average Biju, their AP comes out more or less to the mountain ranges of power to
Mountain
the
ranges,
island
yeah.
ranges of power. Nothing ridiculous like multi-continental.
I just think it's really funny that like for years One Piece has been considered an island level series, and I say this mostly because like it's not even out of like the hate that I'm sure some people have for One Piece or like just wanting it to be the weakest of the big three or whatever. None of that's really relevant, but just in general, I just find it funny because it took so many years, and I really mean this, like so many years of just hearing people just say back to back like One Piece is island level. Even myself thinking it for a while. I will admit, like up until like late 2023, I really just believed that like, well, you know, One Piece can't just be island level. Like some of this stuff looks kind of crazy. I mean, Kaido wiped out a fucking mountain. He's got to be like at least as strong as the tailed beast, right? Like if he could just vaporize a fucking mountain. And yeah, it's kind of crazy that like when you really just sit down and just look at the series, you try to just like okay, I'm going to just look at what is on the page. I'm not going to look at other people's opinions. I'm not going to look at some calc statements that somebody brought up because they quantified it or whatever. Like I'm just going to look up what is going on in the page. Yeah, no, they're just blowing up mountains. I feel like it's more flair than anything else, right? Like with Naruto, I feel like moments like these are mostly just made up to like, you know, create these massive explosions, these massive flare-like moments, these just really impressive looking feats that ultimately, compared to a series like One Piece that like focuses more of its capabilities, especially within the context of like, you know, the character's feats, where it focuses more towards like physical attacks, less show, more tell, right? I feel like with One Piece it's less show, more tell, because you really only have so many statements that you can use for either series. But with One Piece specifically, it gives us a lot more statements that can be more consistent within the context of what is happening within the story than a series like Naruto, where there's a lot of flair but there's not a lot of statements, at least within the context of its own story, that, you know, can support some of the higher tiers of scaling. At least as strong as a tailed beast. Having ever thought that of a Yonko is insane. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, knowing how strong I think Kaido is now, and I really do think Kaido is like a planet-ending threat. Like, you put Kaido on our planet, he is a walking catastrophe that would wipe out quite literally every single nation. Like, I'm not kidding. I really do think Kaido could unironically solo our entire planet. Like, it's not even funny. I will 100% bring something sillier and easier next time, like FTL and Country plus Kagurabachi. Kagurabachi I'm also thinking about getting back into. I haven't read a single chapter since like 60-something. But let's get back to the video. For the narrative, they are kind of confined to... Hey, Lapis, thank you so much for the 10 gifted subs, man. Really, thank you so much. You are one of the biggest pillars and backbones of this community, Lapis. I really do appreciate this. Thank you, man. Everyone give W's to Lapis, and welcome to the Discord. You guys can check out the Discord by looking at your membership perks. For the narrative, they're kind of confined to not destroying the island, but Oda introduced bigger landmasses and possible continents, really satiates power scalers and story enjoyers. That's what I'm saying, man. What if you have a series where you need calcs to scale it? If you have a series where you need calcs to scale it, or if it's more in line with like real world physics, or where it's like more in line with like real physics, like real world physics, like let's say like a live action series. Listen, I'm just gonna be honest with you guys. You can use calcs. No one is telling you not to use them. I just don't personally like them because in my mind, whatever number somebody gets, it will always be headcanon. Right? It doesn't matter how you quantify it with pixel scaling. It doesn't matter if you think that the author is extremely consistent with the way they draw size and shape, or like the sizes of or the scale of their series. Unless to me personally, those numbers are are essentially like confirmed by the author or they're agreed upon by the author, they're just headcanon to me, which is why I don't personally use them. But if you guys want to use pixel calcs, you're more than welcome to. It's actually one of the things that like I wanted to bring up with like this with the Wankathon is that you can scale a character to anything depending on what kind of information you choose to use, how you choose to interpret it, and what forms of scaling and quantification you guys would like to apply. That was the whole point of this Wankathon, right? Just for you guys to be able to see what you can scale a verse to and just to have some fun with it, right? It doesn't always have to be about like which character wins XYZ, more so how comprehensive of an argument can we make, how consistent of the feats can we get, what pieces of evidence can we use to make it, and that's what I think is the most fun part about scaling, right? Because if I'm gonna be honest with you, and this is a concept that I've been actually really like thinking about a lot more recently, is that you can scale characters differently between like actual power scaling and versus battles, because versus battles are entirely reliant on power scaling, but power scaling is not reliant on versus battles, right? I don't actually have to say Luffy is 270,000 times the speed of light. I do not have to say that. I just have to say Luffy is faster than light. I don't care about MFTL plus. We talked about this in the last stream. I don't care about terms like MFTL plus, MFTL, blah, 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 blah. I don't care about that shit. To me, if you were faster than light, you were simply faster than light within the context of a story. Unless it's stated otherwise, like they have immeasurable speed, or unless there's like some feat or whatever that says it's like incalculable or immeasurable, etc. Like that's all fine to me. But just being massively faster than light to me is almost the same thing as just being faster than light within the context of a story, unless we are attempting to quantify it. That's when I think that like MFTL, FTL plus, all that bullshit, that's when I think when we're going into like actual versus battles, like actual comparisons between two characters, that's when I feel like terms like that are more viable, right? But when we're just talking like within the context of like Naruto or One Piece, yeah, Naruto's faster than light, Luffy's faster than light, I don't really care, right? Like, that's fine. Luffy's continental, multi-continental, planetary, just based on like actual scaling, what I can get him to, but if I'm talking about it in terms of like actual scaling, oh yeah, no, then that's when I have to start throwing in numbers. But that's just me. For hearing me pour my heart out into my childhood. If you want to hear my honest opinions on it, I think it caps at uni with some strong hacks. Okay. And listen, Lapis, I'm really it's honestly my pleasure and just the pleasure of this community to not only have someone like you, but also to like, you know, allow you guys to and give you guys a voice to also be able to give us whatever lines of scaling you guys want to give us. I don't want this to just be a channel where like you guys hear me yap. I want you guys to also be able to like, you know, get your own words in there, because I'm not someone that can like just scale every single verse out there. I think I at least have pretty decent knowledge over the verses that I can scale, and as you know, time goes on, I will be scaling more verses, but I can't scale everything. So having people here, whether it's mods or just channel members or Discord members that, hey, Six, thank you so much for like 5 gifted subs, man. Thank you so much, man. I really appreciate that. But yeah, just the idea of, you know, just giving you guys, whether you're just a Discord member, a mod, or even just a community member, like, yeah, just giving you guys the voice to, like, also be able to show, like, hey, listen, this is a really weird verse that, like, nobody ever seems to talk about, but I kind of want to scale it. Yeah, you're more than welcome to. But yeah, thank you guys. I think the reason Star Level One Piece 1 is because it didn't get to weird territory, like talking about dimensionality and concepts. Yeah, if you guys also, for the next one, if you guys also want to keep it, like, a bit more in line with, like, easier concepts to understand, I think that could also work. Luffy is FDL. Yo, never knew that. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. It's really hard to, like, figure out, because, you know, like, he's always only light speed, so if Luffy's still getting blitzed by him, even in the post-time skip, that means he can't be faster in light. But, I mean, I would probably try to argue. But, you know, I'm just a heavy One Piece wanker. That's, by the way, that's my line of scaling, guys. One Piece is FTL. That's my wank scaling, guys.
There is a calc for the combined Biju Bomb of the 8 tails and 9 tails that gets it to like country level based off of how much energy was produced in it reaching the clouds, which are like kilometers in the sky. But even then, that's like a Biju Bomb that takes the combined power of the 8 tails and 9 tails and an extreme charge. So for the Biju's power level, depending on where you want to put it, it would be mountain level to island level to country level at max. Now, some of you may be thinking that I'm a complete fucking retard, and that you're going to defeat every point I say by bringing up the fact that the 9 tails is stated to be able to turn the world into ash, apparently.
Nice.
However, if you look at the raw translation of the scan, it's the kanji used is for society and not the term planet. So I don't know how people turn society into planet. And even if you put it in the scope of society, there's genuinely no context given for how the Nine Tails is going to do this. People act like, oh, he's going to use a Biju bomb, even though the biggest Biju bombs we've seen aren't even like the size of the Leaf Village. So I don't know how he's going to create.
Yeah. So don't get me wrong. I do think that like a full-tailed beast bomb from Kurama could definitely wipe out. Ever thought of the fact I just make a good argument? I do believe, at least like just personally, that like if Kurama were to like just shoot a full power tailed beast bomb, just like a charged up tailed beast bomb straight into like the center of the Leaf Village, I do think he could blow up the fucking Leaf Village, but I also don't think like the Leaf Village is the size of an actual country.
One the
or at
size
least
of the
it wouldn't be the size
planet.
of like an average country.
I just always found this type of scaling to be disingenuous and fucking
Level's also
retarded.
legit,
The Nine Tails
that's
is
fair.
not planetary.
I remember you guys were
and
actually giving
can't
me some
prove
pretty
that he
insane
is.
scaling there.
And then trying to use boo-boo ass calcs
Bob.
like Parrot's calc to reinforce your idea that the Nine Tails is planetary is even more fucking dumb, because that calc is awful. So to reiterate, no, the Nine Tails is not planetary and not multi-continental, and neither are the Biju.
Kaido versus
I've also
Kizaru
seen
is
this new meta where people try to point out the fact that
complicated,
Orochimaru was
I
stated
suppose.
to be able to destroy a small country in one of the Leaf Village meetings. But the problem with that meta just goes back to the same thing with the Nine Tails, where we have no context
pick up
or
the second
actual
word. I didn't even
feats
pick
to
it up, man.
quantify Orochimaru's
You said it?
destruction of the country. It could just be what he did to the Leaf Village, where he attacks it with an entire fucking army. Or anything. Literally, it could be anything. But basically, the problem is that we don't know. So for us to assume what we don't know and then try to derive scaling for that makes no fucking sense. So no, characters in
Yeah.
Naruto are not
So,
country.
like, statements like this, like Orochimaru being able to take down a small nation, I feel like it's more so like taking it down from like within, since he was essentially able to like go into the sand, take out the Kazekage, then just straight up become its fucking leader without anybody knowing it. Do you think Kaguya's man had Riz that scales over any talk no jutsu? Kaguya did not know English. I don't know if like Kaguya didn't know English per se. It seems like they at least were able to communicate to an extent, but all things considered, if he, it's kind of weird because it's like he was able to rizz her up, but at the same time I feel like it was just because he was a man of nobility and she could just figure that out. Like I don't think Kaguya is also that brain dead. The Leaf Village is the size of Yo Mama. That's funny.
Level based off statements either. And if you think I'm picking on Naruto in particular when it comes to scaling like this, I'm absolutely not. Because getting into One Piece, there's the same problem with the Whitebeard statement. Sengoku says that Whitebeard has the capability to destroy the world,
Okay.
which is a cool statement, but without us having the feats of how he's going to destroy the world, or if he's going to destroy the world in one hit, or what have you, we basically cannot tell how good of a feat or how to quantify this feat in any sort of way.
You can
And it
quantify
just
it.
becomes a hype state.
I think you could quantify it. If Whitebeard has the power to destroy the world, it essentially means that if he were to go all out unrelentlessly with his earthquakes, even if it's like, again, the number, and yeah, when quantifiable in terms of like actual count, but like whether it's 100 of his earthquakes, 20, 50, whatever number you want to throw in, the fact is that Whitebeard over a period of time with his earthquakes, especially if they can be felt across the planet, and considering the damage that he could do to Marineford, just entirely breaking down the island and just splitting it in half, while furious, I do think that there's a very easy argument that like, you could definitely make that Whitebeard could destroy the world or is planetary, considering the fact that the One Piece verse is so much larger than our planet, right? Not to mention, like, I just want to give you guys an idea. If any of these ships, and I do mean this, like, if any of these ships, right, and this is obviously a skewed perspective, so, again, no pixel scaling, but if any of these ships are even remotely the size of the Thousand Sunny, and someone like Aokichi's able to freeze those waves in a fucking instant, that's kind of insane, man. Yeah, true.
Now, a lot of you One Piece fanboying retards will probably try to...
All right, I might just not finish this video. I don't want to keep hearing this guy say that. I really don't want. I'm not gonna keep giving this guy some views. No, I think we're just done watching his videos if he's just gonna keep saying that. Yeah, no. That's strike 3. I didn't know about strike 2, but once we heard strike 3, yeah, no, we're done. We're done with that. There was a video somebody asked me to watch last week. My phone's dead, Yeah, nah, we're done with that. I don't think we're watching any more Sage. Yeah, I don't know why there's the need to say that kind of stuff. Like, you could just say, you One Piece fanboys, I would even be fine with him just saying, you morons. And again, morons would not be okay either, mind you. Again, no reason to attack anybody for having like any kind of like belief system like that, or weird scaling. But that shit's just not cool. That you could just, yeah, One Piece stands works too. You should watch the Blackbeard versus Luffy fan animation. I did watch it. As a power scaler, I don't like it because I don't think Blackbeard would actually even remotely hold himself off with Luffy like that. What was it? Luffy versus Naruto. You guys have any videos you guys want me to watch? You got the right scaling. Dude's words are just unnecessarily rude. That's what I'm saying. You guys have any videos you guys want me to watch before we head out? Yuha Baha versus Kaguya? Sure. Yuha Baha versus Kaguya. Have you watched Shovel Knight versus Kratos? If you're talking about like the game fight, I think I saw it like years ago. Okay, from Tempest. I don't think I've seen them before.
Hello everyone, welcome back from my almost 1 month hiatus, and today I thought why not go back to my roots of Naruto and the rest of the big three with a highly requested versus battle, that being Kaguya Tsutsuki from Naruto versus Yuha from Bleach, and find out who truly wins between the two. But before I start, be sure to subscribe as I am on the road to 10,000 subscribers, and it would greatly be appreciated. And lastly, but most importantly, enjoy. Now, when it comes to Kaguya, I've mentioned her in many of my prior Naruto-related videos, but I've never actually had the time to properly scale her. As with Kaguya, it's best to break up her scaling into two separate parts to not only distinguish, but elaborate on both. That being the Stardust Delicious meta and the Undermined Universal Kaguya meta. But before then, let's go over how strong Kaguya is generally.
Also, Kaguya would have to have FTL hair attacks. Those would have to be FTL.
To get a clear consensus on Kaguya's overall power. Kaguya should comfortably scale above that of Madara. Prior to almost all of the current Naruto history, such as the Great Wars and even the construction of the Hidden Leaf itself, Madara would fight against the first Hokage countless times, in which he would effectively tame and overwhelm the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails within the first databook is stated to have power that could turn the world to ash at just 50% of its entire existence in part 1. This is again consistent, as it's again reiterated and reinforced in the fourth databook, while it's again only having half of its overall power and existence, that it has earth-shattering power. Madara, even within the fourth war, claimed that the Susanoo itself not only rivaled the Biju in power, but flat out showcased power that even surpassed that of the 9 Biju themselves. Madara would then attain the 10 Tails alongside.
What power here surpasses the 9 Bijus? He just slashed 2 mountaintops.
The Rinne Sharingan and contend against a newly awakened Sage of 6 Pass mode Naruto and Sasuke. Keep in mind, within the fourth databooks, it's stated that the base close plus 6 Pass Sage mode Naruto had obtained from Hagoromo surpasses the prior KCM 2 plus Sage mode transformation Naruto had used prior against that of Jubito.
Something I just noticed is that like whenever he says like P's and B's, I think that like there's like a lot of like almost spitting in like on the mic. It just sounds like very forceful. Just a little thing I just noticed.
Now that we've established that Naruto and by extension Madara is at least planetary in power, as they do scale above the full 9 Tails and not the half that both Naruto and Minato have, that were stated to have earth-shattering power and power to turn the world to ash, but Madara...
Earth-shattering power doesn't necessarily mean like it's shattering the planet itself. Earth, Earth as in the ground, it could make the ground tremble, it could, break the ground, whatever. Top 10 strongest Magi characters, God Sinbad by Rash Plays. I'm only going to watch one video before I head out, John Levi, because I am on a bit of a timer at this point. And this one's going to be like 20 minutes long. I'm actually not really going to like stop it too often.
Would then absorb the chakra of an Amp Shinobi Alliance, in which he would quite literally almost explode, and in his place Kaguya would then emerge. Kaguya would then transport Team 7 and Obito to her lava dimension, and throughout the battle would fight against Naruto and Sasuke simultaneously. After being overwhelmed by the team of Naruto, Sasuke, and Kakashi, however, Kaguya would then absorb the chakra of the Shinobi Alliance, and would then make an expansive Chuseki orb, which was going to destroy her entire dimension. destroyed. And by destroy, I don't just mean the physical matter within it, but its entire existence. As within the proper translation, it verbatim states, and I quote, "The expansive Chuseeko orb, listed as a Kekemura ninjutsu, it states that she has used the divine Chu to absorb chakra from all of the shinobi and created a maximized Chuseeko orb, the equivalent black orbs that appear behind Naruto's back when using the Seiza 6 pass mode can't be compared to its dimensions. Comprised of all 5 elements in yin and yang, it has the power to obliterate the world and return it to nothing. Comprised of all chakra natures, a vast expanding mass it fills to the brim. Created to reshape the world, it was a huge mass of chaos." End quote. This further supports that this level of destruction is above that of both vaporization and atomization, and that Kage was going to nuke her entire dimension, especially since we know that the Chuseiki orbs do attack and penetrate the receiver.
I feel like he's gotta get like one of those like mufflers for his mic just so like it doesn't hit, just so like, because I feel like he's talking very close to the mic. I feel like that's part of the issue.
On a spiritual level, as seen with Minato and almost the entire rest of the Edo Tensei. Keep in mind, these dimensions are directly shown to have full day and night cycles within them, and within the official Naruto OVA titled The Day Naruto Became Hokage, we directly see a physical star within Kage's dimensions, which would debunk any other artificial light source arguments. We also know that Naruto and Sasuke did create another moon, as the moon within the main Naruto universe seen within Naruto the Last was created by another Chibaku Tensei, both Hamura and Hagoromo made, to seal the prior 10 tails that fought alongside Kaguya. You also cannot ask the audience to prove a negative claim, and the claimant has to stand to defend the aforementioned positive asserted claim, that being that it isn't a star presented with evidence, meaning it is by that axiom and self-evident.
Any claim that it is not a star must be proven by that said person and not the audience, i.e. the person saying that it is if filled. I mean, it does have a star in it, I don't deny that. My issue with it is more so that it is essentially a time-space ninjutsu, keyword ninjutsu, that, and all of these time spaces are developed by the Ameno Minaka, which is Kaguya's dojutsu. Essentially, if the truth-seeking orb nullifies ninjutsu, it's not so much that it has the power to like wipe out a dimension or a universe or whatever. It's canceling out, quite literally just nullifying the time-space itself, not via attack potency, via hacks, because it is a ninjutsu.
In truth, by Kaguya not only was going to destroy her dimension, but that Kaguya is actually solar system level at bare minimum. We also know that there are Roche limits between the moons and their planets, which would basically mean how far the moon can be away from the Earth before the Earth's gravitational binding energy negatively affects it. Generally speaking, if we use the Earth in comparison to our moon, this would mean that at bare minimum, Kaguya's dimension would be about 238,855 miles, or about 384,400 kilometers in sheer diameter alone. However, even then, this is wrong and a massive lowball, as we have to take into consideration the aforementioned star shown within her dimension, in which this would be about 93 million miles, or about 150 kilometers, and don't forget the Roche limit would still apply. This would mean that Kaguya's dimension would literally have to be solar system level in size and in sheer diameter, meaning Kaguya would have to have destroyed a solar system level distance when destroying her dimension, but destroy the 2 moons and aforementioned stars within it as well. I know that one may say that Kaguya doesn't scale to the True Seeker Orb, actually gained chakra from the Shinobi Alliance. However, we know that the Alliance wouldn't even hold a candle to an even one-tailed Naruto during part 1. As we know that Naruto amped the entire Alliance with one tail's worth of chakra, which is about 4 times Kakashi's aforementioned base chakra level.
No, that's not true. That's definitely not true. That, not 4 times, you got the number wrong, and it is also not inherently true. So, the chapters where they're talking about like the increase in chakra that Kakashi got, it essentially boils down to when Kakashi and Naruto were fighting against Obito, Kurama took over Naruto's body, grabbed Kakashi, and he essentially threw him towards Obito, which then got teleported into the Kamui dimension. Kakashi was basically out of chakra at that point, so when Kurama grabbed him and gave him that bit of chakra, that's how he was able to get back out of the Kamui dimension after they, hit Obito, after they found a way around Kamui. The thing is that when they bring back, Shukaku actually asks Kakashi, by how much chakra do you think like Naruto's giving you? Kakashi says 3 times as much as that time. In other words, he's referring back to when, again, Kurama slapped him his hand, basically grabbed him by the hand and threw him in. So it's not 3 to 4 times Kakashi's tier of chakra, more so just 3 times the amount of chakra that he gave him at that point in time. Sasuke just struggled against Kaguya because they were ridiculously weak. When you look at Kaguya, she doesn't use any of her abilities.
Whilst having only one half of Kurama's overall chakra. And this wouldn't even matter, as you know that not only does this not even compare to a base Hashirama chakra level, but even a base 10 tails, as Kurama blatantly admits inferiority to that of the aforementioned 10 tails. Madara then remakes the God Tree, which is amped by not only the 10 tails chakra, but all 9 Biju, and then absorbs it. He then also
repeat that?
Amped by not only the 10 tails chakra, but all 9 Biju, and then absorbs it.
You can't be amped by all 9 Biju chakra and the 10 tails. That's not how it works. You're either amped by one or the other. The 9 tails chakra, all 9-tailed beast chakra fused with the Gato Manzo is what makes the 10 tails. He's not being amped by the 9-tailed beasts and the 10 tails. He's just being amped by the 10 tails itself.
Tree, which is amped by not only the 10 tails chakra, but all 9 Biju, and then absorbs it. He then also absorbed the
To be fair, I don't think that like Kaguya would have seen that attack coming in a million years.
Mentioned the one-tailed chakra cloak into the God Tree and absorbed that as well. Finally, he tries to absorb the Shinobi Alliance chakra tree and absorbs it. He then also absorbed the aforementioned one-tailed chakra cloak into the God Tree and absorbed that as well. Finally, only the 10 tails chakra, but all 9 Biju, and then absorbs it. He then also absorbed the aforementioned one-tailed chakra cloak.
One-tailed chakra cloak? What one-tailed chakra cloak? What the fuck is he talking about?
Into the God Tree.
He absorbed the one-tailed chakra cloak into the God Tree. I don't understand what he's supposed to mean. Realistically, Kaguya should have been able to low diff Naruto and Sasuke at least during the point where they were nowhere near Kaguya. Naruto wasn't even moon level yet, so Kaguya is just stupid. You know, Kaguya, I don't think she's like that great of a fighter, but yeah.
And absorbed that as well. Finally, he tries to...
What's her durability feats? She was able to tank punches from Naruto and Sasuke, I think. Naruto, not gonna lie, if Naruto used Jutsu on me and then cloned himself, I'd be disgusted and disturbed. I suppose, but again, it's to catch you off guard. I think that would still suffice the point of it.
Absorb the Shinobi Alliance chakra and quite literally explodes. So yes, Kaguya does scale to the Trushika orb, as if she didn't, she would have quite literally exploded, which she didn't, and her turning into a rabbit, as if she didn't, explode. Finally, he tries to absorb the Shinobi Alliance chakra and quite literally explodes.
Well, no, he's absorbing chakra from essentially every living thing on the planet. Right? Does it mean the one-tailed chakra cloak Naruto gave everyone? He didn't absorb that, though. That's the issue. Also, Madara wasn't exploding from just absorbing the Shinobi Alliance's chakra, because they would arguably have less chakra than fucking Naruto. No, he's absorbing chakra from essentially, like, everything that got hit by the God Tree.
So yes, Kaguya does scale to the Trushika.
Well, it's not about having to be smart enough to beat Yhwach. I don't think you need to be smart to beat him. I think you either need to be strong enough, fast enough, or have enough hacks to, like, outstop him. She didn't absorb it into herself. She transferred it into another point.
Orb, as if she didn't, she would have quite literally exploded, which she didn't, and her turning into a rabbit doesn't mean she exploded. That's not a debunk either.
No, she was destabilized. The reason why she became a giant rabbit thing was because Naruto's, tailed beat what was it called, the flavor of the month Rasen Shuriken barrage essentially affected and resonated with the chakra inside of the tailed beast and caused Kaguya to destabilize.
As for speed, we know that Kaguya should be the strongest character in all of Shippuden, say maybe DMS Kakashi if you scale him the right way, and should scale over any prior.
What do you mean if you scale him the right way?
Character along with their speed feats. The Raikage at bare minimum should be at least the speed of light, as there are multiple people such as Dari who are able to use the laser circuit.
Yhwach's hawks are ridiculous. He can see all possible futures and change them. DNA creates whatever abilities he wants. He makes Kaguya look like a little weak. Yeah, I know he does, 100%.
That is stated to be light speed, and Dari still jerks off the Raikage. Even within the 4th data book, it's verbatim stated that a V1 Raikage moves like light or at the speed of light, and within V2...
No, it does not. Don't be disingenuous. It says right there, almost at the speed of light.
Stated that a V1 Raikage moves like light or...
The light, not like light, light like. Yeah.
At the speed of light, and within V2 he should logically be faster than...
But that doesn't mean he moves at the speed of light. So, like, I'm not gonna do
when
it
this
just 'cause
statement was
I
made,
don't have time
Naruto would
for
then
it,
speed
but,
blitz his version of the Raikage and would get numerous upon numerous of times faster and should be dodging things such as the Light Fang and things of that nature, meaning Kaguya should be at least massively faster than Light at the very least.
How are we getting her to massively faster than... All right, let's just do something real quick, right? So, let's say somebody says that... Let's just say you have a character that's cited to be almost the speed of light. Right? Not going to say the Raikage, we're just going to say a character is almost the speed of light. The way that light works is with a sense of, like, relativity, right? The jump from relative to MFTL is crazy. That's what I'm saying. So... the jump essentially works in the sense of like, okay, so when you're relative to light speed, when you're relative to the speed of light, you're essentially anywhere between 1 to 99% the speed of light. I don't know how the fuck I'm supposed to write a percent sign with this thing. Whatever. Anyway, wait, I found it. Okay, you're supposed to be relativistic essentially just means that you're 1 to 99% the speed of light, right? Relativistic. Then you have FTL, which essentially just means 1.1 times to whatever the fuck, right? And I'm not going to go on from there because I told you guys I don't care about MFTL and any of that bullshit. I don't care about any of that. Being almost the speed of light means that he has to be anywhere within this range of like 1 to 99% the speed of light, right? You could be 10% the speed of light and you would still be almost the speed of light. Right? But let's not lowball that. Let's just say, like, okay, well, the Raikage is at least 50% the speed of light, right? The Raikage is 50% the speed of light. If a character, if we assume that the version 2 Lightning Cloak is at the very least twice as fast, that would put him at light speed. Sure. But if that value, that 50%, let's just say it was like 40%, the version 2, oh, again, on a lowball, would only make it like 80%, 90%, etc., 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 right? The jump between that to FTL plus or FTL or whatever, it just doesn't make any sense. But then how the hell do you get her to MFTL plus? Because, or MFTL? Because, at least from my understanding with like versus Battle Wiki, to be MFTL, you have to be at least, what is it, like 100 to 1,000 times the speed of light. So how the fuck are we getting that massive jump? You know what I mean? That's really where I'm just trying to, that's really where I'm just like trying to understand where the hell this guy's scaling is coming from. Like, well, yeah, Naruto would be multiple times faster than the Raikage, and then KCM, I mean, not, Seijima would then multiply that by 10, and then blah, 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 but he's not even going into any of that. He's just saying Kaguya would upscale to, like, massively faster. Like, I don't get where the hell he's getting that from.
Now, I've scaled Yuha in the past, such as within my GER versus Yuha video. However, arguments have changed.
The thing about my keyboard is that, like, it's not a, I think it's like an 80% keyboard or whatever. My friend had helped me buy it. It just takes me a while to like figure it out because I still haven't like figured out all like.
And with that comes more simplistic and logical ways to scale Yuha rather than what I did in those videos. Yuha's entire goal throughout the 670-ish chapters of Bleach was to destroy that of the Soul Society, World of Living, and Awakened Mundo. The World of the Living within chapter 148 are directly stated and shown to have multiple upon multiple stars within them, meaning at the very least, the Soul Society should be at least multi-solar system in size. And
why would that make it multi-solar system in size? I mean, I don't know. Let me just see.
Be very near to those galaxy ranges, if not already galaxy in sheer size and diameter.
How does that work? She barely even moves outside of teleporting and dimension hopping throughout the whole fight. She does technically jump from like one shadow clone to the other when Naruto makes like 10,000 of them or some shit. I'm just gonna say like 1,000 of them because I really don't know how many he actually made. I don't think it's ever stated how many he made. But when he makes like a fuck ton of shadow clones, she jumps from like one to the other, but those shadow clones would also be like a lot slower and weaker than Naruto if he's making like 1,000 of them. She's also able to like tag Naruto with her hair, so at least in terms of like movement speed, maybe you could argue her movement speed is slower, but at least in terms of like combat speed, she should be able to attack at FTL speeds. But again, FTL speeds is just like 1.1 to like whatever XYZ you want to throw it at. It doesn't necessarily mean... It's not, for me, it's not so much like he sounds like he has a cold. It's just more so like, it sounds like he's just like very close to his mic. So I'm hearing a lot of like the P's.
We know this is consistent as Yamamoto simply releasing his Bankai threatened the existence of the aforementioned Soul Society, and Yuha's, whilst not having access to his Almighty and with his eyes closed, which yes does affect his power greatly, would be able to not only steal Yamamoto's power, but one-shot him. As I said prior, we know that there are Roche limits between celestial bodies and their orbiting planets, meaning at the very least the Soul Society would have to be multi-solar system or galaxy in size in order for it to be consistent with the narrative, and in order for Yuha to scale to this. Gremmy, the self-proclaimed strongest Sternritter, was also stated to create space and the galaxy within the said aforementioned space he had created during his fight against Kenpachi. This is further consistent as it's again reiterated within the camp created during his fight to create space and the galaxy within the said aforementioned space he had created during his fight against Kenpachi.
Well, that was the extent of my understanding, though. I doubt that you could be able to elevate what is basically meant to be a meat shield into an individual with volition. Considering that it contains several fragments of the Rayo, I wouldn't expect anyone with such substance at their core to so easily serve Tokinata. Yes, and this is why Tokinata brought it, and the final component. What component? When Kyoraku scowled, Seinosuke started to delve into the crux of the issue. Do you know of a Quincy named Gremmy Thumo? Yeah, I looked over the records collected at the Great Archive after the war. Wasn't that the Quincy that Zaraki battled? At that point, Kyoraku stopped speaking momentarily. The wrinkles on his brow furrowed all the more deeply. And he asked Sosuke, it couldn't be possibly have been that. Several thousands or even tens of thousands of Kanpaku and many fragments of the Rayo. A Quincy brain that would be able to withstand the turbid waters of spiritual pressure, surging like a vortex of chaotic consciousness. On top of that, the ability to instantaneously create outer space. With the previous owner of that brain, previous brain's Kanpaku long gone. That thing which had turned into a husk without life, the last piece of the equation. Okay, but it's just saying Grammy's imaginary is a hack's potency base, not attack potency or striking base. That's what I'm saying. Like, he's just creating outer space. Like, can we talk about how Kenpachi legit, like, he survived being inside outer space. Kenpachi Zaraki outer space. Just 1 second. Like, he was affected by, like, his blood was boiling. His blood was boiling. No, fuck that. His blood was boiling. He was clearly spurting out of it, but this is just outer space. This is just this is legitimately just outer space. Yeah, no, this is just legitimately just him in outer space. Grammy's strength is technically only limited by his imagination. Yeah, that's also fair. I don't know. Like, it's kind of weird to say that these guys are, like, universal tiers of strength or whatever, but then he's just... His blood is boiling and he's spitting out blood while being in the vacuum of space. I don't know how to say it, like...
Pachi.
Sure.
This is further consistent as it's again reiterated within the Camp for Your Own World light novels, which we know are canon, as they are written and commissioned by that of Kubo himself.
By lack of oxygen, I suppose. It's like the worst imagination user.
Even prior to this, Gremmy would then summon an...
You guys hear it, right? Like, it's just a very hard P sound. Again, I'm not saying it, like, I'm not saying it's a shitty mic. I just think that, like, he's just maybe speaking too close to it.
Asteroid out of almost geostationary orbit that was stated to have enough power to destroy the Soul Society itself, meaning at the very least, Yuha does scale this high, and this is without the aid of the Almighty.
Yeah, Goku's universal but can still drown. I guess that's fair. But he can also, like, be inside lava. He can also, like, fight and exist inside lava. Yeah, the true imaginary potential was... It's also... But, I mean, it's kind of weird for me. I get where you're coming from with that, Bob, but, like, my issue with it is more so just that, like... These are spiritual beings. Like, if they're not bound by the same laws as, like... Or, like, they're supposed to be, like, of a higher tier of dimension. Like, Goku may have, like, the key of a god, but he's still immortal. He's still consistently considered immortal. Right? The imaginary's true potential limit was probably something only the Soul King during his prime could use. I guess. My issue is more so that, like, yeah, Goku and Vegeta are consistently stated to, like... They're still mortals. They still have to live within a planet that has oxygen. And Goku, I think, even in the Dragon Ball, in the Super manga, when he was fighting gas, and call me out on this if I'm wrong, but wasn't he also, like, flying through space, or, like, at least with, like, some, like, thin layers of atmosphere, when he was fighting against Gas, he was like teleporting out of there, and he was just like flying through at some point. He wasn't just like teleporting from planet to planet. I might be wrong on that. I haven't read that chapter in a minute, but I just find it weird because, again, they're just spiritual beings, so it just sounds
if I
weird.
haven't already proved to you that Yuha does scale to these 9 galaxy level ranges of power, Asuka and Naklivar, one of the main Sternbitter, not to be confused with the Schutzstaffel, and no, not the ones from World War II either, but Yuha's Royal Guard. It was stated that time and time again that Yuha was going to destroy that of the 3 realms, including Hueco Mundo, but the Mukin and Dongai and even the Garganta. The Garganta being the space between the realms, that being the aforementioned Soul Society, Hueco Mundo, and World of Living, but the Garganta would also need to be qualitatively larger than that of the 3 realms. However, if Yuha was going to truly destroy the Garganta is a bit ambiguous due to character knowledge claims and things of that sort, such as that. However, it is narratively consistent. Yuha's true objective was to meet the Soul King and merge the realms into one seemingly, destroying the 3 realms at least in terms of their own individual identity and combining both life and death on some yin and yang Hagoromo shit. However, in order to do that, Yuha must first get past that of the Royal Guard. Now, the Royal Guard is pretty fodder, except for the man known as Ichibe Hyosube. Ichibe Hyosube, who in the same light novel is comparable to that of the entire Gotei 13 as a whole, including a Prime Yamamoto, who is in fact Stardust Solar System level as I said prior, but Ichibe also has the ability to rewrite and manipulate anything his ink touches. Furthermore, anything his ink should touch also loses its name, either dead or alive. This would mean that his ability does work on a spiritual level, which completely...
Yeah, no, he just... I think, yeah. Vegeta told Goku he can't fly to the moon because he can't breathe there. Okay. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Oops, my bad. Misremember the name. Gotta hate characters. Give me a character. I hate character. Give me a character any day? What do you mean? Some Bleach guys say Kenny wasn't dying to space, but Grammy was making him imagine he was doing so. That makes it even less sense. I think my issue with it is mostly just so that, like, if it's a Reiatsu, it has to be like a Reiatsu-based ability, right? It's a Reiatsu-based ability since all of these abilities essentially work off the power system, and the power system itself is like, it's if I'm stronger than you, I can ignore your hacks or I can just smash right through it, right? So him, like, I don't think he's actually smashing space, but he's just smashing like the Reiatsu space that Grammy created. I think it's just I don't know. I might
neg something or someone like the Edo Tensei, as the Edo Tenseis relied upon the soul to even exist as a jutsu. Ichibe then power nulls that of Yuha, making his power level per se that of an ant, using his Bankai Ichimonji, and using his power of black in order to manipulate Yuha's aforementioned godly power and status to nothing but a mere ant crawling on the
bullshit. Yes, people won't admit One Piece is past light speed when we see them dodge light, shaking my head. You could argue if the Soul King was able to split the Soul Society from the living world and both have star systems and Yuhabak, it's above the song Soul King, he would be solar system. Okay.
Ground. However, Yuha's eyes would then open, and this is where the Yuha who gets winked and jerked off by the Bleach Phantom really gets to showcase his power. As I said earlier in the video, Yuha while fighting Yamamoto had his eyes closed, but what does it truly mean now that his eyes are open? Yuha possesses the famous ability of Shrift Letter A, the Almighty. The Almighty is oftentimes either winked or downplayed. However, I think after my reread of Bleach and the Bleach manga, light novels, and the data books, I found a proper definition and denotation for what the Almighty is and does. The Almighty, as Yuha puts it, is not only the ability or power to see into the future or through the future, but to completely alter and change it and basically have complete dominion over that of time in reference to the future. The Almighty is able to regrant the power and resist power nullification, as seen with Ichibe, as when Ichibe does take away Yuha's names and other items, Yuha does just simply regrant those things back to himself just by simply saying them. However, with Yuha being so broken and godly, one may beg the question, just how fast is Yuha? Well, a lot of Yuha's speed feats do scale upon other characters such as Ichigo. In the late parts of the Society arc in the data book,
isn't Yamamoto's fire like 9,000 times hotter than that of the sun? I think it was just stated to be as hot as the sun.
It's said that Ichigo's Bankai makes him move at lightning speeds against Byakuya. While yes, I know that this is a, very clear hyperbole, this level of speed isn't very inconsistent for the verse, however, as Ichigo's Bankai power-up is shown to increase more of speed than that of any other stat, which is shown within flash typing against Byakuya and speed blitzing the aforementioned Byakuya, which he couldn't do prior. Ichigo is then able to react in effortless and speed to increase more speed isn't. Oh yes, I know that this is a, very clear hyperbole. This level of speed isn't very inconsistent for the verse, however, as Ichigo's Bankai power-up is shown to increase more speed than that of any other stat, which is shown within flash typing against Byakuya and speed blitzing the aforementioned Byakuya, which he couldn't do prior. Ichigo is then able to react and effortlessly dodge the Nagashionn, which seems to be a beam of light that transports hollows back to Wako Mundo. However, this isn't all. Later on in Wako Mundo, Ichigo is able to dodge the Sero. The Sero, again in the data book, is an extrapolation which is stated to be a beam of light which Ichigo was again effortlessly able to dodge. Even the likes of Ukiyora's Lanzada Relambago, which scales potentially 100 times that of above the base Sero via the aforementioned second
Translation: usable by the Espada and their release date, Sero Escudas, in comparison to regular Zero. It's an ability that is an order of magnitude more powerful, so it's only 10 times stronger.
Resurrection scaling, in which the second Resurrection is 10 times the amp that the first Resurrection is, and the first Resurrection is stated to be equal to that of a Bankai by, Urahara, and even prior Espada such as Arinero is stated and shown to dodge sunlight early on within the Arankar arc against Rukia, and she's able to match his speed and later on overpower and beat him. I've heard that Ichigo might have inaccessible speed due to him being in the Dangai, but like I said, the Dangai is stated to be separate from space and time, but not only is it just talking about separate from the world of living and soul society space and time, but it's like I said prior, the Dangai is still affected by torrents of space and time. In my personal opinion, both Yuha and Kagi are pretty much equal in speed, if not Yuha having the slight edge due to multipliers within the Bleach series. However, even then, this isn't all that Yuha could.
I find this scene so funny because it's like Sasuke just creates a Amaterasu flame and just the Amaterasu flame inside of it just shatters all of the ice. That's so funny.
Do, as Yuha would quite literally rewrite the future in any.
You could argue you go 100 times the speed of light in base because it put, by the time of the War Arc, he scales above Vasto Lorde in base, I suppose.
All timelines, and might even be able to stop that of Kaguya's ETSO and Speed Blitz in one shot. Even things such as Kaguya's Ash Bones won't even be able to remotely damage that of Yuha, especially if you do give Yuha not only all the abilities of the Stern Ritter, such as the Visionary or the Balance, but any and all of those who come into contact with that of the Stern Ritter and Yuha's soul are embedded to Yuha, and all of their power, souls, and memories will return to Yuha as well. This basically means that if Ichigo dies, Ichibei, Yamamoto, who did die, Aizen, which really isn't likely, Byakuya, and everyone who fought in the 1,000-Year Blood War arc would basically make Yuha comp Bleach, and Yuha would neg that of Kaguya. However, what if we give both of these characters their 4th dimensional scaling? Could Kaguya maybe overpower Yuha with her hacks and raw power? Now, what I'm about to say is supported by factual evidence. However, whether you choose to believe in what I'm about to say is entirely up to you, and my word.
Do you think that Grimmjow back in the Arankar arc would have the capability of being KCM2 Naruto in a fight? I don't know Grimmjow's scaling. I'm going to be honest with you. I really don't. Like, if Ichigo is able to dodge a beam of light and Grimmjow was stronger than him, he needed to have, like, he needed to, what was it? Grimmjow? Ichigo should be at least light speed by that point in the story. He would have to get a hollow mask in order to get 10 times stronger. Grimmjow was capable of fighting Ichigo after, he goes into Wako Mundo. They were fighting, I guess, like, on par with one another while Ichigo was in his Bankai, and then Grimmjow does his thing, so... maybe he would actually be way faster than Naruto. He would likely be way faster than Naruto. You could definitely make the argument Grimmjow would be. Yeah, I think that Grimmjow would unironically be too fast for Naruto, because when he fights Aizen and he forces him to evolve, and remember Captain Aizen already overall
is not objective. Obito during the fight against that of Kaguya would verbatim state that Kaguya's dimension is that of a space-time, even within the original kanji, which I'll show on screen. We know that Obito is a credible source and does have sufficient knowledge on what time spaces are, due to him not only having his own, but him being able to make and almost perfectly distinguish Kaguya's dimension from that of the main Naruto planet. This is further supported as if he didn't have the sufficient knowledge necessary to do this, he wouldn't have been been able to create a gateway between that of his own Kami dimension and that of Kaguya's Sand dimension to retrieve Sasuke. Kaguya was also going to destroy the aforementioned dimension using that of the ETSO, in which I will acknowledge that the original kanji of the scan that I'm referring to does say space. However, our fourth dimensional space-time continuum, aka our universe, is referred to as space on an almost everyday constant basis. Does that then mean that our universe is no longer 4D or space-time because it is simply referred to as space? No, right? So that would mean that Kaguya's dimensions would still be space-times, and simply then being referred to as a space doesn't debunk Kaguya's dimensions being a space-time, and if anything, would just make the definitions mutually exclusive to each other. Seeing how Kaguya's dimensions are fourth-dimensional nature and are shown and provided by the scans, one would presuppose that her dimensions are 4D, and Kaguya was shown to be capable of destroying and recreating that of her Genesis dimension, which is the scan where she uses the ETSO. This would mean that under the
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, the whole Genichimaru statement that says that, like, his attack was, like, Mach 500 or 500 times the speed of sound. I don't know, man. It's... I don't know Bleach scaling, so I can't really tell you anything. I'm just calling out certain things from my understanding of, like...
aforementioned axiom I presented prior of Kaguya's dimensions being a space-time, Kaguya would be 4D universal. A thing that I've seen floating around in multiple...
The thing about Grimjaw is that I can't tell you how strong he is because I don't scale Bleach. I can't tell you how much stronger he is. I can't tell you if he has continental, planetary, fucking, wall level AP. I can't tell you that. I don't know. I'm just going off of, like, what he said about, like, Ichigo having, like, light speed by at least the time he uses his Bankai, and him dodging a fucking Negacion beam. So I'm kind of just working off of that. If Ichigo needed holification, assuming that Ichigo didn't get stronger, he would at least need holification for that bum Ichigo's wall level with superhuman speed for real type shit. But if Ichigo essentially needed to use his holification to beat and fight Grimmjow, especially when he was using his Resurrection, and Resurrection would, and Grimmjow is at least stronger than Soul Society Bankai Ichigo, then you can definitely just make the argument that he's at the very least light speed and base and 10 times faster in light, which would be faster than KCM2 Naruto, which on a low ball would be at least twice as fast as light if you really gave it to him.
Servers, however, is that Kaguya's dimensions are infinite in size. I thought I had laid this notion to rest in my Zoro vs Sasuke video, however, I guess not. The reason for this argument's existence is simply because Sasuke states that he can travel only through finite distances using that of the Ameno TJ Kara, and because he cannot teleport between dimensions, therefore Kaguya's dimensions are infinite. However, this is false. Sasuke not only didn't have the ability to use transportation portals until Naruto the Last, if not Boruto, but the reason Sasuke couldn't teleport in the first place had nothing to do with her dimensions being infinite. It had everything to do with the fact that he needed to switch places, which is why he needed Sakura's jacket, which was in an alternate dimension he wanted to travel to in order to teleport. Meaning, no, Kaguya's dimensions are not and is not infinite in size, and Sasuke simply couldn't teleport due to the preconditions placed on the Ameno TJ Kara as an ability. Now, Yuha's universal scaling is far easier to explain than that of Kaguya's, as it's based upon the first movie, Memories of Nobody. Within that movie, the Kyogoku was stated to be a hyperspace. A hyperspace by definition being a dimension or realm with more than 3 dimensions. This would mean that regardless of the spatiality or temporality of said aforementioned dimension, the Kyogoku would have to be 4D in order for the narrative to be consistent. As we know, this cannot be the alternate definition of hyperspace, which is used for fast and light interdimensional travel, but rather an actual 4D plane, as this is a space or plane of existence. Ichigo and by proxy, Yuha is not only able to destroy this realm completely, but exists within it, which would make him 4D Universal Plus as well. For those questioning the validity and canonicity of this movie, however, it was stated within the manga to be extrapolated with the movie, but stated again within the Bleach Can't Fear Your Own World light novel, which gives credence that this movie, yes indeed, is canon and supported by that of Bleach and Kubo. However, there are also some debunks to Bleach and Naruto's universal scaling, so I'll leave it up to your interpretation on if you think they are or aren't universal. However, I do think some arguments such as the Kyogoku argument and Kaguya's space-time argument are somewhat reliable when it comes to their scalings. However, when it comes to things such as the Muken being infinite or Kaguya's dimensions being infinite, this is where the cracks comes to show.
Versus Sasuke video? Not sure.
in Bleach's and Naruto's universal scalings really start to show. In my honest opinion, this is a better argument for universal Ichigo and or Bleach in general, as things such as the Dangai and Mugen aren't really sufficient, as the Mugen being infinite is directly contradicted by that of the light novel, and the manga statement is contradicted and stated to be near infinite. Not only that, but infinite within a fictional sense is mostly due in part to it being vastly large, as opposed to being truly infinite. However, this isn't always the case. In the case of the Dangai, however, being completely separate from space and time, we know this isn't the case, seeing how Ishin directly gives a time quantification, and it's also stated to be surrounded and affected by that of torrents of space and time. Ichigo also begins to feel the duration of time he spent within the Dangai when he does enter Karakura Town, meaning yes, it is still affected by time, however has a different alternate time flow than what Ichigo is used to. The databook statements for the Mugen also delude you into thinking that the Mugen is infinite, and it's not and truly couldn't be, since it's stated that it's a part of the Soul Society, which you know that there is a size quantification for, meaning the Mugen being infinite wouldn't make any sense in actuality, and people like to make Bleach, Naruto, One Piece to fit their own personal biases and narratives. I've seen multiple times in my comment section that because the Mugen is called infinite, therefore it is infinite, and that is simply not the case. Within the Can't Fear Your Own World light novels, which people try to use to justify and prove that the Mugen is infinite, states, and I quote, covered by infinite shadows on a jet black floor, multiple
it was a disgrace for the head of the four great noble clans, and yet continued to remain true to his soul up until the very last moment. Mugen, not a single color was allowed to grace the prison, covered by infinite shadows on a jet black floor. Multiple barriers have been set up to prevent even the faintest of light from reaching the underground jail. Those who had been given death penalty could not be killed due to various circumstances, were sealed away in this prison of darkness. In the prison where silence would normally dominate, a man's emotionless voice resounded through space. So one of the flows has changed. Sosuke Aizen, the prisoner who had spent so much time in that darkness, used his incomparable perception to verify a certain soul had been extinguished in the Soul Society. Aizen, whose body is almost entirely restrained.
Barriers had been set up to prevent even the faintest of light from reaching that underground jail, end quote. People oftentimes try to use this canon or argument to prove that the Mugen is infinite. However, all it's saying is that due to its barriers that the Mugen is pitch black and is entirely covered by shadows. Let me give you an example. If I were to cover my room with curtains and my room is now pitch black, does that then mean that my room is now infinite and has infinite shadows within it? No, right? As you can see, there are a lot of Mugen arguments that are inconsistent when it comes to Bleach, and truly comes from biased fans trying to wake their favorite series. I won't bother to go over the multiversal or 5D wank scalings for Naruto or Bleach, so I'll go right ahead with the question being asked. Tempest, does this change anything? And the answer...
This guy's, not his editing style, but the way that he, like, talks and writes is very similar to, like, Seth or Clyde. Where, like, it's very consistent talking, it's not, like, in your face about it, but, like, yeah, where he does, like, the whole, like, text thing where it's like, does this change? Yeah, it feels very
Kaguya would lose in the same way she would have prior, and the only difference would be a congruent form in terms of AP scaling. Kaguya would be completely overpowered and out-hacked, and if you think the comp Bleach version of Yuha wouldn't do any better, well, I mean, for one, you're kind of lost, but there is absolutely nothing Kaguya can do at all. However, with that being said, I want to say an early thank you for that of 4,000 subscribers, as it...
Alright, that was a thing.
Many weeks ago, I started a new series.
Luffy versus Naruto is not a fair fight.
With Luffy feats such as Jump Over the likes of a completely transformed Kaido, taking a force affecting abilities, we see this in Impel Down with Ivankov shaving off Luffy's life force in order to revive and heal the likes of Luffy. If Naruto did however happen to kill Luffy, I do think Gear 5th can revive him at least once before he can kill him fully, but I do think Naruto would just go on to one-shot him yet again, and that would be the end of it. Time skip is able to dodge the likes of the passive Feast of Light Beams that are directly modeled after Kizaru's. Keep in mind, this is the same Kizaru that within the Viver cards themselves is stated to be light itself, with its translation being, and I quote, light human who ate the glint fruit, turn your body into light, and attacks at the speed of light. He boasts overwhelming speed, easiest and most comfortable way to move about, with Gear's transformations, like Gear 2nd being a 10 times amp, and so on and so forth. With Luffy and Naruto being relative in speed, one may argue future sight, but Naruto arguably has better sense of precognition and overall sensory, due to the fact that he was able to sense the likes of the Limbo clones that exist.
That doesn't mean anything. That's just a Six Paths ability. That doesn't mean anything. Sensing Limbo clones doesn't help out in a fight, especially against a character who doesn't use Limbo.
in an entirely different dimension altogether.
Yeah, that doesn't do anything for Naruto at all. Like, in this fight, what is being able to sense Limbo... Like, how does that quantifiably help Naruto out and whatsoever? You know what I mean? Hey, what's up, Jake? I'm just sorry,
As for the Dirt negation, this would work on anyone else but Naruto.
Why?
Naruto has far better regeneration than the likes of Sakura, and we've seen her heal internal wounds, and with Naruto regenerating an entire heart and entire moon and being scaled to star to possibly solar system levels of power, Luffy can also get affected by life force and arc of Egghead, not only in Gear 5th, survive and take a Thunder Bagua. A Thunder Bagua being the same attack that the strongest in the One Piece world. Yonko level characters with
this will be disregarded the buggy retcon, and only that it's also stated in the Ace Light novel that all Yonkers are relative, and that it would be near impossible for any of them to take
people like Mihawk and
that's not entirely true. That's not entirely true, because they also say that like Big Mom is one of the few people that can actually take down Kaido.
Or the case for sickness. As we know, why disregard the Bucky retcon that happens later on within the series, then all Yonkos, including the Kaido that Luffy faces within Wano, would also be planetary.
Sure.
Luffy, after the minor training arc within Wano, was able to fight against the likes of a hybrid Kaido in base and actually damage him.
Sure.
The reasoning as to why this is impressive is because Toriko Haki being in a form of with Kaido like a jump rope, keep in mind, sort of like a fire, Luffy and Kaido would then engage in one fight head, not only in Gear 5th,
but how does he get... Okay, so...
at your own pace. With this translation being said, it would be consistent that Luffy is actually this fast, and Luffy would again become faster with the likes of his gear transformations, like Gear 2nd being a 10 times.
What does he get Naruto?
It stated on 2 separate occasions to have chakra not only comparable to that of Kaguya, but to be the strongest enemy Naruto has faced so far, which would include the aforementioned Kaguya. Tsunade was going to hurl the moon at Earth due to the fact that he thought Earth aged Naruto. Again, this is Naruto way before his prime, and at only 16 through 19 years old. The likes of Sasuke would then get beat up by the likes of Ichiki, and with no hope in sight, Kurama would then propose to use a form called Barren Mode. Barren Mode is comprised of a process called nuclear. It literally powers the likes of stars to fire up to millions upon millions of times of an amp if you took the process of nuclear fusion hyper literally. Moving on to speed, Naruto's speed could be layered within 3 tiers of speed. These are the lightning levels of speed, relativistic, and finally the faster than light to massively faster than light ranges of speed. As for the lightning levels of speed, this is directly shown with Kakashi at the age of 14 whilst being fatigued to being able to cut a lightning bolt in half, which is in turn how he got the name Lightning Color or Raikiri. The lightning levels of speed are also expanded upon with the introduction of the Kirin, with the Kirin being stated to move at 1/1000th of a second, with the likes of those speeds being calculated to around 1/1,000,000th of a second, which in turn is almost 2 times faster as normal lightning. As for the light speed, as I don't think this really matters to the overall scale, especially at this point, the first instance of light speed will be within the Land of Waves arc, with Haku being stated within the first data book to being a faster than light opponent or moving at light speeds once going all out. This would also be consistent with her blatantly reacting to older Sharingan and Kakashi's Raikiri whilst being tired and fatigued. The next instance was weaker than all prior speed of Calx. Naruto during the Fourth War was able to dodge the likes of the Light Fang, which is stated to directly cut all things at the speed of rods. These rods are stated to come from a timeless dimension, but not only that, Sasuke's 6 paths amped EMS is barely able to track it. Keep in mind the Sharingan has the ability of precognition, as seen in Sasuke's fight against the
It's not precognition, he's just simply seeing the path by which he's going to take by simple virtue of seeing Naruto's muscles and movement.
likes of One Tails Naruto.
Especially when you have a character like Naruto who essentially, at this point in the story, is just throwing a punch. Linear attacks are easier for the Sharingan to keep track of. That's why when you see Sasuke versus Killer Bee, he actually struggles to keep track of Killer Bee's blades, and you can see how he's like shuffling his eyes between where all the blades are going. He can't keep track of all of them. It's
so
not
within the final valley, meaning Naruto would be completely above the likes of Sasuke's reaction speed, as well not only produce but react to these light speed attacks. A very light novel that.
So wait, what did he get?
Earl during the end after LeBron was able to dodge the likes of the pad cannon, which
Zoro's able to dodge Kuma's pad cannon, which is repelled. So you note this feat is calculated at relativistic +2 faster than light,
which is stated on numerous occasions to move at the speed of light. I think everyone already knows that Luffy during the current Wano arc scales above the likes of this version of Zoro post time skip, so I'm not going to spend too much time on it. Luffy during post time skip is able to dodge the likes of the past to feast the light beams that are directly modeled after Kizaru's. Keep in mind, this is the same Kizaru that would it would be consistent that Luffy is actually this fast, and Luffy would again become faster with his likes of his gear transformations, like Gear Second being a 10 times amp dimension, with Naruto being able to shave off life from his abilities. We saw this once before, whether that be Luffy with his Gear 5th and comedic Toon Force, or Naruto with his potentially 500 times of an amp with Baron mode. However, it has been Tempest, all the links to my Discord, with him almost just has more win cost.
How the fuck did you quantify them both to be the same speed? I don't get it. Like, where the fuck did how the fuck did he get Naruto to be, like, I know I clicked through the video, but like, how the fuck did he get Naruto to be faster than, or at least as fast as Luffy? He just kept saying that, like, well, the Haku thing is light speed, and the fucking, what is it, the Kirin statement is light speed, and blah, blah, blah. Like, how the fuck is any of this light speed? How the fuck are you gonna say that, like, Luffy got faster? Like, how the fuck are you gonna say that, like, Luffy is faster than Zoro, which would mean he's faster than Light, and then he gets like a 10 times amp from second gear, but then like Naruto's still as fast as he is. Like 500 times amp from what? From Baryon mode? Just accept the scaling? I guess. Sure, I'll accept. I mean, I don't want to accept it, but sure. I mean, we are doing a Wankathon. How would you scale Taught Musica from Film Red? Now that we know a lot of the concepts from Film Red are relevant in canon, it could tell how the scaling One Piece would go from there. It depends, because Tot Musica essentially had to be damaged from two separate dimensions. I think they were considered like a universal feat, because you essentially have to attack it from two infinite-sized realms at the same time. I don't know. I don't know like the Tot Musica scaling all that well, Soulflake, so I don't know if I could really answer that. John Levi, what did you say? I do think that Grimmjow's Resurrection might be relative to base form Ulquiorra Cipher, but he wouldn't scale to Ulquiorra when he gets more serious or uses his first Resurrection. Okay, that's fair. I can see that. I can see that being a thing. I don't remember if, like, Ichigo fought Ulquiorra with his holification mask before he resurrected, though. What the... Like, I don't get where the scaling came from for Naruto to be this fast. What the fuck? I played volleyball, then found out my dog has less than a month left to live, so... Oh, sorry to hear that, Tony. Sorry to hear that, man. Sorry to hear that, Jake. Sorry, man. I understand that, but if these guys are deemed to be Lightspeed to FTL Plus and are very good, why is Mach 500 so scary? Also, why is it pressing Ichigo for a long time? I really disagree with the scaling of Naruto the last movie. I don't believe that this guy was stronger than Kage. I think it's mostly a promotional work. I don't think this is an actual, like, canon thing. I think it's just promotional work. Like, if I'm gonna be honest with you, like, because most of this is just, like, promotional things, just, like, really hype up the movie.
To have chakra.
You know what I mean? Like, I don't think that this actually means, like, Toneri is, like, the strongest character he's ever fought.
Only comparable to...
And even then, if it's, like, the strongest character that
Naruto's... That of Kaguya, but to be the strongest enemy Naruto has faced so far, which would...
Yeah, this is what I mean. All of mankind must be punished by using the chakra as a weapon. His friends realize that the last movie introduces an important character, blah, blah, blah. Wherever the fuck it says that, it must be from a promotional work, and I don't think I ever really like using promotional work, so they're just there to hype up the movie, if anything. I don't really see Toneri, especially with the Tenseigan, being much stronger than Kaguya, but that's just my opinion. Shikong on my Nakama till I shi. Alright. If you're using Naruto's feats, you could argue Naruto over Luffy because Naruto's over Momoshiki. Yeah, no, I don't mind that, but at the same time, I don't know if you can ever get Naruto to be the same speed as Luffy. Like, even with like, Boruto scaling, how the fuck do you quantify Naruto to be it other than, like, saying the whole, like, Otsutsuki are traveling through, like, the universe or whatever, but even then, they don't move at those speeds when they're fighting them, and they also use teleportation when they move around, so how does that make any sense? Naruto didn't even use 6 paths or KCM2 against the main villain, who I can't remember the name of in Naruto. That makes no sense to scale like IO the solar system, I guess. This guy's scale seems to be all over the place. I agree. You gonna watch the animation? Yeah, we're gonna watch the animation, then I'm gonna head out. This one. Right? Oh, I've seen this. Yes, I've seen this. This is great. This is great. I have seen this before. I'm gonna mute it just because I don't want to get a copyright strike. Yeah, no, this was great. I love this person's animation. I hope that, like, honestly, I would love it if this person actually got with the One Piece team for the One Piece remake. This person should really be working. This would honestly look like what the fight could be in a modern day. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. Maybe, like, give it, like, a bit more time in between, just to, like, give them, like, the dialogue text. But, like, no, this is pretty close to, like, what happened in the fight with just a couple of extra a couple of extra feats. I do like the way that like Luffy bounces around and everything. It looks fantastic in my opinion. Holy shit, Luffy got sent flying. Yeah, no, and then like we just start back from zero. Yeah, no, that's great. That's great. This person's so talented. Is Toneri's AP even moon level or just multi-con? I mean, if he could have just wiped out the planet, if he was really that strong, why not just go down to the planet and just one-shot it? Like, why not? Why go through all the trouble of like trying to drop the moon? I don't get it, especially if you needed the Tentagon for it. Luffy trying to eat crocodile will always be crazy. Imagine just all of that, eating all that sand. That's what I'm saying, man. That's what I'm saying. Like, how long do you think it took Luffy to get all that sand out of his mouth? I guess that's it now. Yeah, that's probably it for the stream, guys. I'm just gonna head out. But don't worry. Next week, I don't have a lot of time to, like, I'm gonna be gone, like, early July, like, July 1st through July 3rd, I'm gonna be, like, gone. It's one of those days, I'm still not sure exactly. I'll be back sometime around after August 15th, because I do have to celebrate Mother's Day. But, once I'm back, we'll definitely get back into, more power scaling, and, I'll probably do my best to, invest in a better... I'm gonna invest in an actual capture card so that way I can also just do more streams for gaming and stuff, because I do also want to add some gaming into the channel. I'm probably gonna spend the vast majority of the break reading through... I'm gonna start reading through Dandadan because I do want to catch up with the series. I'm probably gonna do some Kagurabachi if I can. It's probably gonna be like between Kagurabachi and Dandadan, but I do want to give Toriko a look at especially if I have the time. Next week the video should be out 100%. My next video should be out by next week. It'll be the last one I do for a while, just because I'm not gonna have enough time to edit anything else. I did want to get one more out of the way. I'm probably just gonna chop apart one of my last live stream for like the funny reaction, and I'll probably just upload that into the channel just as like a view. If you guys have missed last week's crash out, I'll probably just put that in. But that's probably gonna be it, guys. I'll definitely be streaming a lot more next week. I'll probably stream like 2 or 3 times next week, just to give you guys just to, like, you know, sit here, talk to you guys, and just vibe out with you guys until I'm gone. When we getting Lord of the Mystery scaling, I'm not sure yet, man. But yeah, for those of you that did get the gifted subs, be sure to join the Discord. You should be able to find it if not through your like membership perks. If you struggle with it, just look up how to check out YouTube membership perks on Google. You guys can just do that, and I'll talk to you guys later. Thank you so much to my mods for coming in here and providing some wank scaling for you guys. And thank you guys all so much for just being you guys, just coming in here, hanging out with me, hanging out with everybody, and just trying to keep things nice and, you know, just cordial with one another, especially whether or not, especially like if you guys disagree on any kind of scaling. I really do appreciate each and every one of you. But, yeah, we're close to 10K. Hopefully, with this video, we edge that tiny bit closer to reaching 10K. And if we reach it before I get back, the first video that you guys will see back from me will be Naruto versus Luffy. If we do reach 10K before I get back. But, anyway, guys, that's everything. I will catch you all later. And, yeah, peace out. Goodbye. And have a wonderful rest of your night.